Alrighty.
So the house.
Hello. Do. What was that? Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello.
How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm not so bad. How are you?
Doing alright. Could I just get your age and pronouns, please?
Yeah, good stuff. I'm 32 years old. He, him.
Oh yeah, I'm 26, he, him. Um, do you
Hi.
disagree with the background, my prompt?
Well, to be fair, it's, yes, but it's a little bit, wordy-dirty, don't you think? Like
It's
I don't imagine it's gonna elicit much of a conversation just because of the way it's worded.
so it's most of the way that I've worded it is basically focusing on what I see as the main issue regarding the trans debate, which is most people will try to frame it as being if they're I guess would be like in opposition to what I generally would run. Um, it Sorry, I have to plug in my phone. My phone is not like, oh, it's on 10%, which usually I don't let it get below
No,
like
no,
50.
don't worry, don't worry. Do what you've got to do.
But most of the times it's about people frame it as like protecting women and females spaces. But that kind of just whenever people frame it that way, it actually is just being ignorant of the like we have clear data that shows that making trans people go into the sex that they're assigned at birth actually hurts far more than if we're just allow people to go into the bathroom that they choose, given reasonable, you know, most I don't expect somebody immediately if they just claim that they're trans or that they say that they're trans one day to immediately start going to the other bathroom immediately. It is something that does take time, at least to at least come up with the idea, like to formulate the idea and be consistent, insistent, and persistent about their feelings. Um,
I think, I think, first and foremost, I want to make one thing abundantly clear. There's this. I think it's fair to say it's an obsession. There's this obsession at the moment with labeling someone who disagrees with you as an opponent. Now, I understand from a literal point of view that they oppose your point of view. Therefore, as far as literacy goes, they're an opponent. However, opponents, it's also a synonym for enemy, right? And I'm not the sort of person who's going to subscribe to the notion that someone is my enemy just because I disagree with them. I don't think having that viewpoint is particularly helpful. I don't think it's going to establish anything other than it's certainly not going to establish discourse that needs to occur, because you kind of taking a stance of being on the back foot instantly by opening yourself up for these conversations, but then insisting the person who disagrees with you is your enemy. That's my point of view anyway. Like, I'm sure we disagree with each other on tons of things, but I wouldn't look at you as an enemy just because your viewpoint's different. Do you know what I mean? Like, sure, we can get into nuts and bolts of it, and like fundamentally, you can discuss your beliefs not just on this, but on other things. And I might think, you know what, I don't particularly get along with this person. They're not my cup of tea because of X, Y, and Z reasons. But again, I don't think it's fair to kind of enemize someone just because of a difference in opinion. But anyway, when it comes to the trans situation, I think there's nuances to it, and I think there's many facets to it when it comes to why people are pushing back, if you can call it that, because you have to obviously understand that obviously the left, who are like uber proponents of like self-expression and self-identity and whatever else, whilst that isn't the way that I adhere, there is obviously, sorry, I just got distracted by someone in the comments there.
You mean the person right above you?
Was it yourself?
Yes.
Oh yeah, you could have just said that. I wouldn't have minded. I'm not one of these people who are going to have a hissy fit just because someone chimes in. It is what it is. If you want to speak. But when it comes to like the trans situation, I think there's many reasons why people disagree and push back. I think the safety of women is certainly a reason that needs to be taken seriously. I don't think.
Then what evidence do you have that trans women are a danger to cisgendered women?
Sorry?
What evidence do you have that transgender women are dangerous to cisgendered women?
What evidence do I have?
You said that one of the biggest concerns is safety for women. So, when it comes to trans women, what statistics do you have that shows that they are a danger to cisgendered women?
Okay, first and foremost, did you actually hear what I said?
Totsky, did I not just say verbatim what he just said?
I don't think that you're. I mean, it wasn't. I don't think it was verbatim necessarily, but I mean, you're within, the line of what. I mean, if you want to clarify, feel free to.
No, we don't need to clarify.
Okay.
So one of the main concerns that people have certainly is that they're under this impression. It may even be an illusion, right? Mm-hmm. Impression or illusion that trans women pose a particular risk to women. Now, I'm sure there's instances where a trans person has been harmful to a woman, not necessarily because they're trans. You get people who are capable of causing harms in every demographic. But one thing that I will say is that it's quite a unique demographic, this, in the sense that it's obviously taking opportunities away from women when it comes to stuff like sports and other things.
Where?
Like where? Are you see, this is one of the frustrating things when it comes to like having a conversation on TikTok, because people just act disingenuous. You're well aware.
How am I acting disingenuous by asking for examples?
Okay, so do you live under a rock? Are you aware of like people like Leah Thomas who have invaded women's sports because they were unwilling to compete with the men, and therefore quote unquote transitions and then they're all of a sudden dominating. You're not aware of instances like that,
Oh,
no?
when did Leah Thomas dominate?
Sorry?
When did Leah Thomas dominate?
Leah Thomas won, didn't they? Which they
No.
never got close to doing.
No, they didn't.
They never got close to doing, did they? As a male
tied Riley
competitor.
Gaines. She tied Riley Gaines for 5th place, and that's
Okay.
where Riley Gaines gained her position.
Right. Okay. So was Leah Thomas anywhere close to doing that when competing amongst men?
That doesn't matter, does it? 'Cause
No,
she
it does
she
matter.
did not-
It does matter.
Oh, so
It-
you don't let women finish. Got it.
Go ahead. I've already made my stance very clear on communication. If you want to chat,
No, your claim was that she dominated. She did not dominate.
right? Okay, I'll retract that. I stand corrected. Leah Thomas did not dominate. However, Leah Thomas certainly competed at a higher level amongst women than Leah Thomas did amongst men.
And do you know why that is?
Enlighten me.
Do you realize that she was going through hormone replacement therapy in her first 2 years of college, and she actually got worse and worse as time passed? She wasn't just automatically bad against men. She got worse over 2 years against men and met the threshold and the criteria to compete with women. She met the policies regarding competing with women as a transgender athlete.
Right, okay, and I'm not disputing that. The only thing I'm disputing is Leah Thomas competed at a particular level
How
amongst
did
men.
her placings go through her first 2 years of college?
The only thing I know, as I'm about to say, you've just made a big song and dance about me not letting you finish. So if you wanna start, policing conversations and that, at least be consistent with it.
Can I ask a brief question?
Of course.
Why would it matter if women are losing, even if the sports are completely unfair for them? If if currently the alternative is, for people to be sexually assaulted in bathrooms more often, because that is what is happening. I think
Say that again. Sorry.
So like the whole problem here is that like whenever we're talking about sports and stuff, it just distances ourselves from the actual issue that's going on today, where trans people are being sexually assaulted in bathrooms because they're being forced to go into bathrooms with their sex assigned at birth, and they're harassed for it. So like I just don't really care about sports, honestly, at that point. Like it's just a bunch of fluff to me. Like I don't see the moral relevancy when, yeah, sure, we should care about sports, but like at this point there's much bigger issues to focus on, in my opinion.
Well, and Stotsky,
I agree. I do agree.
Stotsky, at the very beginning here, his claim was that trans women were taking opportunities away from women when it came to sports. His only contention was Leah Thomas dominating, which he conceded she did not.
Yeah, and at some point it's like the data is very clear about this stuff, that like we could make more like actual females, because it is actual females inside of female restrooms that are being sexually assaulted. I think they're actually, based off of the data that I've looked at, I can double check this, but I think they're actually higher than men, which is kind of shocking.
Another thing that people have a huge problem with,
Before we move on,
yeah, go ahead.
do you concede that trans women are not taking opportunities away from women when it comes to cisgender women when it comes to women's sports?
Do I concede? No, I don't concede. No, I don't.
How can you not concede when you gave one example and now you're pivoting completely off of that?
No, I stand corrected on the example I give, because I said that she dominated, and I was wrong to say that, because
give another example.
It wasn't correct.
Sorry. Give another example of a transgender woman taking an opportunity away from cisgender women in women's sports.
There will be other examples. I mean, again, when I mention the word disingenuous,
So then do you concede that they are not taking opportunities from cisgender women in women's sports.
Yeah, if that helps you sleep better, then no problem. No problem. Like we can, I mentioned the word disingenuous before. If we're gonna kind of allude that Leah
How
Thomas.
am I being disingenuous?
Well, is Leah Thomas the only trans person in sport?
How many
No.
trans people were there in the NCAA?
No, is Leah Thomas the only trans person in sport? Yes or no?
No.
Far
However,
well,
when
there
it
you
comes
go,
down
then.
to it, how
There
many
you go.
trans
What do you want me
athletes?
to do? Have an A to Z? Do you want me to have an A to
How
Z?
many trans athletes were there in the NCAA?
I
Also,
don't know.
It's just like, why are we caring about this too? Like, not everybody plays sports for like pure
No, I know.
competitiveness.
No,
Crocodile
I understand.
Tears, I set a boundary with you to never speak to me again.
Okay, no problem.
Not you. Crocodile Tears. In chat. Walk away.
Okay, Stowski. I am trying to move on. To be fair, I do understand that there's not.
It just seems like it's a kind of useless argument. Like it just
No, it's not.
It's like
I
arguing,
wouldn't
like-
say it's.
it's
I
like
wouldn't say it's a
arguing over
useless
$5.
argument. What I would say though is that it's not the most significant argument. Is what I would say. There's certainly more issues to be spoke about, which is obviously something you've alluded to already. One thing I will say that is a huge problem, and this is kind of unfair. This on the trans community, but it's something that kind of gets thrown in with them. Is the whole self-identity thing, because the thing is, if you're advocating for self-identity and you're saying self-identity is valid and you're saying gender dysphoria isn't required to be a trans person, then you're opening the gate for anyone to identify as a trans individual.
Let's test your logic on that one.
Okay,
Do you identify as straight?
I'm straight.
You're straight, okay? Do you have objective proof that straight people exist?
Do I have objective proof that heterosexual people exist? Yes.
Oh, what is that?
I mean, a man and a woman having intercourse with each other is objective.
Oh, so if somebody is bisexual, they're heterosexual?
What?
If somebody is bisexual, they're heterosexual if they are in a straight passing relationship?
I'm sorry. I'm not
A
following.
bisexual man and a bisexual woman in a relationship, that's automatically heterosexual?
No.
So therefore, your point is moot on that one. So how do you objectively prove that straight people exist?
Well, hold on a second. I just kind of asked the question. How do you prove that trans people exist? I just
burden shifting.
asked.
That is you burden shifting. So
No, it's
when
not.
it comes-
I
yes,
just
it is.
I
Yes, it
basically
is.
just said what objectively identifies a trans person.
That's you running from providing burden of proof for your claims. So how can you say that I'm being disingenuous when you're being disingenuous right now?
No.
No? How is no an answer to a how question?
No, I'm saying no. I'm not accepting that. I brought up the point around.
Well, here's
If you're advocating for self-identity, then
so the thing is, you are advocating for self-identification when you say yourself that you're straight, but you cannot objectively prove that straight people exist.
well, I can. I just did.
No,
So,
you didn't. You
one of
literally
the-
just said that. You literally just conceded that bisexual people can be in a heterosexual passing relationship.
Right. Okay. But if a man is exclusively only having intercourse with women, then he is objectively proven to be straight.
Is it that
Okay.
he doesn't have access to
That's
males
you
at that
That's them
point, too?
self-identifying as straight. However, when it comes down to it, can you objectively prove using a PMID source that straight people exist?
Well, I just told you.
Do you know what a PMID is?
No.
For example, when it comes to transgender individuals, I can actually provide evidence that transgender women have a unique brain phenotype that puts them closer to cisgendered women. PMID 353299908.
Oh, you have these
Okay.
memorized at this point?
I have memorized that at this point.
We can all read stuff off
crazy.
ChatGPT.
And not on ChatGPT.
No, I know that Summers brought up this
Well,
specific
we can
paper.
all
Where's
read
Chat?
it.
Okay, is ChatGPT in the room with me?
I don't know. I don't care.
So, like, I mean, in the same way that we have evidence for, like, cisgender people, or for straight people, we're going to have evidence of the same kind for transgender people.
Okay, and that's fine. And I'm simply asking, what is that?
So, there's, I mean, even more so, Summer brought up the BC, or BC,
Name ID number.
yeah, is that talking about
It's regarding the brain.
BSTC?
It's regarding. Nope, it's not the BNST. It's
Oh, okay.
regarding the brain mosaic when it comes to transgender women having a unique brain phenotype that puts them closer to cisgender women than cisgender men are.
You have to understand, guys. Right? I'm actually trying to help. I'm like I've said before. I'm not your enemy. I'm not one of these people who are gonna.
I never said you were. I never claimed that you were the enemy. However, you're having this contention with self-identification, yet I'm able to objectively prove that transgender people have a unique brain phenotype. How come you can't do the same for straight people existing?
So trans people have this unique phenotype, but there's no phenotype to demonstrate that you're heterosexual.
I didn't say that there wasn't. I'm asking you to objectively provide the evidence for that. Because if you're against self-identification, then you would have objective evidence.
Okay. Again, you're misinterpreting what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I'm
not
against.
I'm not misinterpreting a damn thing. Because your contention is with self-identification in trans individuals. However,
No. Again, you
you do not have a contention with heterosexual people self-identifying, even if you have no objective proof for it.
Okay. What I actually said was one of the problems that the trans community has is self-identification. I never said it was a contention of mine. The reason why it's a problem for the trans community is because if people are validating self-identity, then that you're basically saying if you say you are a woman, you are a woman, right?
Here's the funny thing.
So all these people who are saying they're a woman just to get themselves in a particular position where they
Here's
can.
the funny thing in your argument. Even in the DSM, it states that gender dysphoria is not required to be transgender. It's not the same thing as being transgender, nor is it exclusive to transgender individuals.
You're not hearing me. You're listening to reply rather than listening to understand.
So
You're not understanding any
let me
part
see
of
if
the
I can't
subject.
steal my
I'm
argument
literally
here.
disproving you. I'm literally disproving
No,
you in this
there's
because you're trying to
nothing-
say that gender
there's
dysphoria is
nothing-
required to be trans. No,
No,
you're
I'm
trying
not.
to say,
No,
you're
I'm
trying
not.
to say no. You're trying to say that gender dysphoria is required to be transgender. However, even in the diagnostic
No,
manual
I'm not.
itself, even in the
No.
diagnostic manual itself, it says it's not required. It's not the same as being transgender, and it is not exclusive to transgender individuals.
No, I'm not. I'm simply asking what is required to be trans. That is what I'm
And
doing.
in congruence with the gender identity and their sex assigned at birth.
Right. Okay. And how do we objectively prove that is the case?
It is a lifelong, insistent, consistent, and persistent sense of self. It's not something that just randomly changes.
We can also
Right.
we actually know that if we try to force people not to, be the identity that they, are, that it ends very poorly. We could actually if we really wanted to be horrific, we could actually try to force people to be something that they're not. And we would actually be able to tell this because they would consistently reject these ideas and they would feel uncomfortable about it. So yeah, it is something that we can actually look at. It's just very it's very harmful to these to anybody to try to force them to be somebody who they're not. It's almost like who you are is important to your well-being, and that being affirmed is good for you.
And you can have that.
Kind of a crazy idea.
Well, here's the thing. When it comes to being transgender, it is simply the incongruence between one's gender identity and one's sex assigned at birth.
Yeah.
However, when you have the occupational stress and distress, I should say, involved with it, that is called gender dysphoria. So no,
It-
they're not the same thing. There are specific criteria that needs to be met in order to be diagnosed with gender dysphoria.
Right. Okay. I understand. I'm asking, guys. Honestly, I'm not here to argue with you. I'm not here to pick apart what you're saying. I'm trying to establish certain things, right? What I'm trying to establish is, I understand what gender dysphoria is. What I'm trying to establish is what is required to be trans. Like, there must be
As I've already stated, a lifelong incongruence between one's gender identity and one's
Right.
sex assigned at birth.
Okay, good. But how do we objectively prove that incongruence, that persistence, insistence that you talked about? How do we prove that?
Ooh,
How do you
okay,
prove that?
Jesus,
Typically you do it through therapy, and you would discuss things like behaviors that you've had throughout your entire life. However, when it comes down to it, that's not just what all it is. It is a neuropsychosocial schema, and the simple fact that the study that I mentioned, the PMID 355-29908, the trans individuals that were used for that study were pre-hormone replacement therapy. So it wasn't even the fact that the hormones influenced anything or anything like that. It is that they had a unique brain phenotype even before they began medically transitioning.
What was the PMID again? It was 355...
353-29908.
3532998.
Correct.
Yep, got it. Thank you. I know if you brought it up, I just want to add it to sources that I have.
Actually, we have objectively proved that cisgender people exist, and actually, the study that I mentioned also mentions the unique brain phenotypes when it comes to cisgender men and cisgender women. And we actually have studies as well. I don't have the PMID for this one, but with GAY individuals, we can prove that they have a thicker corpus callosum, which is the interconnections between the two hemispheres of the brain. However, just because that exists does not mean the antithesis has been proven.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but I guess you're trying to basically figure out what we would class, like what is needed for somebody to be trans. And I don't think that there's really any like hard requirements other than having this, the self-identity of gender incongruence persistently, insistently, and consistently. And the general pushback against something like that would be that people are going to claim that men are going to abuse it to get into women's spaces. But we actually haven't seen that happening. And if they're going to do it anyways to violate women, we don't make the laws for criminals. We make laws for law-abiding citizens. If criminals decide to break them, womp womp, we don't care about them. They're already choosing to break the laws. It's not like us creating these systems that we socially go by is a bad thing.
I need to actually drop because it sounds like my partner is done with streaming, so I'm going to go and hang out with her for a while.
Okay, have a good one.
Talk to you later.
Bye-bye. So yeah, I just don't see I just don't see the big point of why, putting like hard walls it would be necessary to anyway, or any problems with self-identity.
I mean, I can see where you're coming from, but at the same time, there is utility in like signage, right?
Yeah. I mean, in some regards, yeah, but people are just, people sometimes introduce themselves with a silly different name just to screw with people. People intentionally going to do this regardless.
I understand that people are going to do it regardless, but signage, like preventative signage, certainly helps reduce the amount that's happening, don't you think? For example, red lights. When you're driving down the road and a red light comes on, like people more times than not stop, right?
Yeah, and the reason for that is because we know that, we don't want, cars going through intersections at full speeds in different directions. because we have data that shows that that results pretty horrifically. That, you know,
No, I
cars get
understand.
turned into balls of metal and people die. So like, there's very good reasons why we wouldn't, you know, let somebody like run a red light. But unfortunately, if we're trying to put up laws against, you know, or like trying to regulate how somebody identifies, we don't actually have any information to say that this is going to harm women at this point. We don't. So like, it's a little bit of a non-analogous situation we have going on here, because we
No,
simply
no, I
don't
wasn't.
know what will
No, I
happen.
understand. I wasn't making an analogy, but I was just using an example of how signage is useful.
And like, I guess for the thing too is that like, I get, you know, I will mistake people. You know, I get people's pronouns wrong, um, but that's fine. If they correct me, that's fine. I apologize and move on. It's not like it's a the end of the world kind of situation.
But isn't it in some cases?
No, the worst that happens is somebody gets a little offended. Like, that is literally the worst case that we know that will happen, and you know, accidentally offending someone is is not a you know, it's not a horrible thing. There are people who are already intentionally, you know, will intentionally misgender individuals.
Yeah.
So
But even so, even in the case of like intentionally misgendering someone or using the wrong pronoun or whatever, the outcome's still the same, right? Whether like the destination to get there is irrelevant. The journey is still the same. You've still only been misgendered. I mean, I'm saying only. I don't know how it feels, to be fair, because I don't experience this incongruent. So if you was to accidentally refer to me as a woman or whatever, I would. You know, it's water off a duck's back. I wouldn't particularly care. I'm sure in like the in the view of someone who experiences gender dysphoria or whatnot, it's a little bit different. But like, even so, if it's intentional or it's accidental, does it really matter? It's the same outcome. So
I mean, I don't know. Like, for me, if somebody accidentally crashes into my car versus intentionally ramming me, there are very different outcomes in terms of what legally we. I mean, I guess I'm appealing to legality, which is not good, but like,
yeah,
it's
sure,
clear
sure,
that one
sure. I
person
understand
should
where you're coming
be.
from, though, yeah.
Yeah, it should be. You know, intentionality does matter to some degree. Um, it's not super important, but like, I'm going to be far more forgiving to somebody who didn't mean to cause damage. Especially if it wasn't out of like negligence. Um,
Yeah, yeah, sure.
and that's kind of another thing too, is that like, I think a lot of times people are just simply not informed on this topic enough to not, you know, if you're trying to speak out against trans people or like policies of any sort, it's really problematic because most people don't actually have the knowledge and they're making negligent claims based off of that. And you know, I respect everybody's right to have free speech, but at some point we need to like basically as a society say, hey, we need to actually listen to the people who know what's going on here, and listen to them, because they're educated in what's the outcomes are, versus people who are clearly making these negligent claims. And I don't mean that as like a, you know, people are negligent in a bad way, but they're just not informed on the topic as much as they probably should be, um, for for me to respect what they're saying, to like the same level.
Yeah, sure. Understood. Anyway, I'm gonna have to go. Because it's over in the UK.
Yeah,
It's
it's getting
almost
later.
night. Which means I've got a few things to do. I might catch you later on, but if not, I've enjoyed the chat. Take care.
Yeah, I appreciate you being respectful, and I hope you have a good night, good
Yeah,
afternoon.
likewise. Likewise. Take care.
Bye. We do not have anybody requesting up, so if anybody would like to come up. Oh, hi, Cole. The person I was talking to just left, so. The primary driver is the absurdity non-binary brings to the table in the crazy pronoun club. That's a loaded statement right there. I don't even know where to like unpack that. To begin with, being non-binary, it's pretty easy to tell that things are not binary when you have people who don't identify as either man or woman. So it's clear that self-identification can be non-binary. The moment that something jumps out of this 1 or 0 rule set, it's immediately breaks the idea that this thing is non-binary. Crazy pronouns, that's loaded too. I would like a source for that. Like, I still need to learn new pronouns. I know I'm horrible. But like, it's a difference in between being completely rejecting this idea versus being open to it and wanting to learn. Did they run? They ran. Yeah, I saw that Ian wasn't gonna go live, so I'm like, screw it. I'll go live, even though this is like, what, the 3rd day in a row, which is unusual for me. Yeah, I know, it's unusual for me. I guess I've just felt alright over the last couple of days, so. Urban Dictionary. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Elise was right about the Urban Dictionaries being crazy. Thanks, Nova. Do we have any ops? Life deaths or not information. I don't think I understand what it means. So there's just been studies that have shown that when we don't affirm and give offer affirmative care to individuals, it basically means that what the data shows is that when we don't affirm people's identities, even cisgender individuals, that results in hugely higher depression rates, substantially alarming unalivement attempt rates, and much more. It's not even just unaliving thoughts; it's attempts. and actual successes, which is unfortunate. It also there's also harm that comes in the form of sexual assault, and much more. Plenty of proper help without surgery. Yeah, there is actually plenty of help without surgery, but surgery is also helpful. In the case of somebody who is seeking it. Oh, Cole, who's this? Who's this requester? I don't know who this is. I feel like I've seen them around before, though.
Hi.
Who's this? I don't know you. No. Hi, friend.
Hi.
Did you
Don
see the
said,
video I sent
which one?
you? The disable? Oh,
Yes.
Okay.
Don said that there's actually more, self-unaliving after transition, and you'd have to prove that because we have stats that prove otherwise. I mean, feel free to come up and have discussion. It's easier to not do it from the comments, if you ask me.
It's one of the areas that there's no clear data on. I don't think.
I would definitely have to look into that because, at least in the longest term studies that we do have, yeah.
It's looking at compared to the match controls from the general population. Of course, they're gonna have higher suicide rates than the general population. What the fuck are they doing? That's a terrible. That's not a control group you use among trans people. Yeah, of course it's gonna be higher.
Right.
The general population. This is
someone requesting. Do you want to?
Yeah.
Go for it.
I actually haven't looked at that. I should look at that study more in depth at some point.
Yeah.
This is a complicated way of saying affirm me or I'm going to put a bullet in my head.
No, that's
Use
not
TikTok
what I'm saying.
safe language, please.
Literally, yeah, that's what it says.
Get your
actually
Asian
not-
pronouns. Like maybe have a civil start to the discussion.
So how is that wrong?
Can we get your age and pronouns, please?
I'm 20 years old. How is that wrong?
What are your pronouns?
Yeah, exactly. You're performative. Your entire community is performative.
What
That's why
are
you guys
your
take your own
pronouns?
This is why you take your own lives, because you can't even
I'm just
accept your
gonna
own
use
pronouns.
they them pronouns for you.
I don't care what you use for me.
Okay,
Okay,
that's
so
perfect.
have you looked
That's
at the
good
data
answer.
before?
I've already
Have you
read your
looked at
entire. I
science?
read it back 3 times actually. So before I joined up, just so I made sure I understood it.
Well, no.
before I
Have
joined up
have
here.
you looked at any of the data?
So it says the
scientific
primary
data.
driver of anti-trans policies is not protection, but in fact a profound failure to comprehend the life or death stakes of non-affirmation. Now that's the most important part about the entire sentence. But a profound failure to comprehend the life or death stakes of non-affirmation. Saying it's life or death is if somebody else besides yourself or your doctor does not affirm your gender, meaning you will take your life if somebody else doesn't affirm your mental illness. Then that's what I said when I jumped up here.
You need to prove it being a mental illness.
Yeah,
because
being
It's in the
DSM.
DSM-5. Gender dysphoria is a mental illness in the
Oh,
DSM-5.
Gender
yes.
dysphoria is a distress-based disorder. It's not a mental
Actually-
illness.
Yes, it is. It's in the DSM-5.
According
It's a
to the
mental disorder,
DSM-5, it is a
idiot.
distress-based disorder.
No, it's a mental disorder.
It's a distress-based disorder.
I'm not going to argue
Prove
with
me
you
the
because
fuck
you're
wrong.
wrong. No, because you're wrong. In the DSM-5, gender dysphoria is a mental illness.
Yes,
It's
So
a
gender
distress-based
You can take it-
disorder.
you
Listen
can
to
take it-
host
gender
real quick.
dysphoria is.
Well, you lost the debate already. So you said gender dysphoria is not a mental illness.
No,
according
I
to the
said
DSM-5.
being trans is not a mental illness.
No,
and
you
it's
said
not.
gender dysphoria is not a mental
isn't
illness.
either. It's a
Yes, it is.
distress-based
So you just
disorder.
said gender dysphoria is not a mental
Do you
illness.
think that the
Yes, it
DSM
is.
only contains mental
Yes,
illnesses?
it is. Gender dysphoria is.
Yeah,
a
answer
mental
my
illness
question.
in the
Do you
DSM-5.
think?
No,
do you
I'm
think
not
that the
engaging
DSM
with you because
only?
you're bad
Okay,
faith.
listen. do you think that the DSM only contains mental
I don't
illnesses?
engage in bad faith arguments.
Answer my question. You can't even answer a question.
Because I'm not going to engage with someone that won't even admit that gender dysphoria is a mental illness.
I'm
not
literally
doing it.
addressing.
I'm literally not doing it. So we're gonna look it up together. Is gender dysphoria
is,
a mental illness?
Hold on.
Oh wait.
It's a
Say it again,
distress-based
host.
disorder.
Say it again.
It's a
Host, say it
distress
one
pain-
more time.
So it's a distress-based disorder. Yes,
Okay,
it is.
all right. You're
but,
wrong. I'm gonna look it up because since you guys don't want to, be good
But-
faith.
but
Is
hold
gender
on.
dysphoria a mental disorder in the DSM-5? We're gonna get a straight answer, yes or no, right off. of
Mental
Google.
disorder
Really?
and mental illness
Yes,
are
gender
two different
dysphoria
things.
is a diagnosis in the DSM-5.
It's a diagnosis. That doesn't mean
You
it's
said
mental.
that it was a mental illness. We are
Yeah.
going to hold you to mental illness, and you are not moving that goalpost. It is a mental disorder, a distress-based disorder, and I affirmed that. It is in the DSM-5, and I affirmed that too. But it is not mental illness.
Yes, it is.
Do you know
70
like how language works? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, did you know that 70% of fucking transgender people are mentally ill? Did you know that?
I mean, if
That's
you
not
class-
true.
What do you mean that's not true? Yes, it is. I have the proof.
Okay,
We
so-
have
so hold on,
distress
let me-
around our
Okay,
let's
I
take
have
this
the
down for
proof
a
that you're
second.
mentally ill. No. It's okay. It's okay.
So-
I'll give you the PMID for both studies right here. This
Oh,
one says
this will be fun.
73%. Yeah, it's great. Let me give you the PMID right now. Write it down. 329-619-59. That's one of the PMIDs. And the other one-
Repeat that?
Yeah,
329.
329. I'll repeat it as much as you'd like because you guys are. I can't wait to disprove your entire worldview. 329
Mhm.
619 59. This in this stat right here proves that 72.2% of your community is diagnosed with depression, and then the other PMID I'm going to give you is 73% is diagnosed with anxiety, and then I'm going to give you another one which proves that 81% has
Okay, we're
suicidal
holding-
ideation,
Yeah, we agree that
Because
they have
people
which
like
proves
suicidal
you're mentally
ideation.
ill.
No, listen.
No.
You said that gender
you
dysphoria.
listen.
It's
No, you
specifically
listen.
gender
No, you-
dysphoria. You said gender dysphoria was a mental illness. That is the claim we are holding you to, and
It
we're
is a
not
mental
saying
illness.
depression and anxiety aren't common in our community, and we're not saying that those aren't mental illnesses. We said that gender dysphoria is a distress-based disorder, not a mental illness, and you need to address that specific claim.
You lost the argument. You're muting me and you failed to engage, so I already cooked you.
ma'am.
Not interested in talking to you. I already
Ma'am,
cooked
listen
you.
to Astrid, please.
Not interested in cook. I'm not interested in talking to you. I already cooked you.
I
So I'm
literally
gonna give
just
you.
said to
I'm
listen
gonna
to
give you the
somebody
studies
else.
that
So
prove
shut
you're
up and
mentally
listen to
ill.
Astrid.
No, I don't think so. You're bad faith.
So
I
hold
don't argue
on.
bad faith
Do
conversations.
you think it's important at all where this distress
It's very
comes
simple.
from, though?
You're an idiot.
No, not at all. Actually,
Oh, so it wouldn't matter if people bullying them? It
No,
wouldn't matter
because
if
if that
their
was
family
true-
was abusing them? It wouldn't matter
No.
if they're, we know for facts
That's
that
where
when
literally
we
why.
affirm people, their depression levels
Yeah.
go down to the levels of their peers. That would be
I'll tell
very
you
problematic
why,
for your
too.
view. It would
I'll tell
actually
you
be
why. No, it wouldn't,
damning
because my
evidence
view is
against your
based in
view.
numbers. Yours is based in your feelings. Let me tell you something. If that was the case,
Your
if
argument
that was the true
for
case that trans
everything,
people
though,
were just
just
not
goes with
accepted by
nuh-uh.
society,
You
Jesus
just said
Christ,
nuh-uh.
you got to tell her to shut up. I'm trying to explain my point and elaborate on this point.
Shut the fuck up.
Trans people.
Do not misgender people.
If it was the
Thank
case
you.
that
be
transgender
respectful
So,
or get lost.
literally-
I already cooked your entire
everything-
panel.
Everything that the host just said, you literally just said nuh-uh, when these are all
I'm trying to
facts.
respond. I'm trying to respond, and you just won't shut your fucking fat mouth. So let me respond to her.
So
Let me
the
respond
lack
to the
of
host.
family-
The host said it's a lack of societal acceptance, bullying, etc., that would cause these mental issues.
Yes.
Whatever. If
Did
that
you
was the
host
case,
her?
if that was the case, then systemically oppressed groups like Black individuals would also be, the majority of them would also be mentally ill. But they're not. It's only trans people. Only them. How come Black people aren't how come 70% of Black people are mentally ill? Answer me
Because
that.
they have a massive
How come
community
80%
around
of
them.
Black people don't
You
have
want an
suicidal
answer?
ideation? Answer
You
me that.
literally just said answer me that.
Okay, but I'm not talking to you, Cole, because you're bad faith. I'm not engaging with you.
Oh,
So
Yeah, exactly. You're very unserious.
Ma'am, control your
Super
feelings.
Unserious. Super unserious.
Control your feelings, ma'am.
Okay, you don't even have a profile picture, none of you. So it's like, damn, you don't even show
I have
your
a profile
face.
picture. It's two weevils fucking.
Exactly. It's what your brain is made up of. Two fucking stupid animals having sex because you're retarded.
I mean,
Okay,
last night you were
slurs are
born.
not
But yeah, you
tolerated.
lost the debate. You already
No,
lost.
we're gonna drop for slurs. We're not doing that bullshit.
Weevils are fucking awesome animals, you piece of shit.
And for weasel slander.
Yeah, I was about to say I could bring up articles that family support and discrimination and a relationship on psychological distress and resilience among transgender people. This was published in the International Journal of Transgenderism, which that's a whole thing to unpack that name. But the results basically showed that where's my notes on it? The lack of family support leads to poor mental outcomes, substance abuse, and adverse life outcomes. The lack of family support for transgender people is the largest predictor of suicide ideation. What else do we have? When parents actually do support the children do much better. The levels of depression are equal to those of cisgender children, and the anxiety levels are only slightly elevated.
Shocker. If you're not
Also-
tortured every day, you won't be depressed.
Isn't that crazy? Anyways, so can we take a minute for how emotional he was when he said my name that last time?
Hi, guys.
Oh.
How are we doing today?
Sorry, okay.
Hello, lovelies.
Hi, friend.
Hello. I would like to address the op that was just up. You're sitting there saying, why don't we see these same, rates and oppression and mental issues and everything in other marginalized groups? The problem is, we do. We absolutely do. And I know this as well from not just the fucking research that's been done on it, but also personal fucking experience as I work in this field. For anybody that wants to sit there and try to fucking, comment my goddamn knowledge, I actually work in this field while I'm also still in school. I'm working while in school. So yeah, I, one, see it from personal experience fucking, almost daily. Two, there's enough fucking research on it to back it up. Also, those marginalized groups are more likely to have their issues become worse to the point that they need a fucking inpatient goddamn stay, which is where I work. I work at a fucking psychiatric, hospital, crisis stabilization center as well. So yeah, they get worse to that point because the fucking access to care that they have is even less than the already shit access that we have in this fucking country.
Hey, I just want to say something right quick to that last person before they left too. My name is Luti. Hi, Stotsky. I'm 22, she, her. But I just want to say right quick, right? They were talking about we're seeing, LGBTQA people wanting to unalive themselves at this rate, blah, blah, blah. Cis men, which is way freaking bigger demographic. Like, we're addressing 1% of the population when we're talking about LGBTQA, right? So we're talking about a huge demographic of cis men going to unalive themselves, and they're so sad, and they're so lonely, and they're hopping on 4chan, they're, right? So how can you use that to say that, all LGBTQ people are mentally ill, but we have a huge demographic of cis men wanting to unalive themselves? Should we just call cis men mentally ill once they claim that they're lonely on 4chan? Like, I just wonder, because I
They
do.
don't care about that when they're trying to take attention away from Pride Month.
It's also like countless confounding factors are at play there. Like, people, trans people getting sexually assaulted at much higher rates. I have just a wild idea based off of the number of people that I've talked to who have been sexually assaulted, who have things such as PTSD, anxiety, and depression. Like, yeah, they're just at risk for, unaliving at higher rates because of the trauma they've been through. It's almost like these confounding factors are in fact confounding. Wild.
Okay, for AU, I do know why they replaced it, but I mean, if you do, go ahead and tell me why you think they did. Because I don't know what exactly your credentials are and where exactly you're coming at this from. I mean, as somebody that currently works in the field, I absolutely know why. Also, Loot, great point. Loved it. Nice. So yeah, I just wanted to say that. Stigma avoidance. Not really, no. Because they're not avoiding any stigma by it. It was more research into what was actually going on. Because gender dysphoria is not in and of itself a disorder. Being trans is not a fucking disorder. Now, gender dysphoria is a mental condition, but it is not a disorder on its own. It is a symptom that can be brought on by many different factors and can go along with many different disorders and is not required to be trans. You do not have to experience gender dysphoria. You also don't have to, not experience gender dysphoria as a cis person. Plenty of cis people also experience it. It's a condition, not a disorder in and of itself.
I invited the
That is why it was changed. Quite a few things went into that. What evidence informed this change? The evidence of it popping up in other cases and whatnot, and going on through with that. When they, discovered that it wasn't kind of, exclusive, and that it's caused by multiple different factors.
Hi, Pickles.
Let me just.
I just got done organizing a lot of sodas. My back hurts horribly.
Oh no.
But it looks beautiful. It's the back stock. So like the sodas themselves are already really organized, but I was having trouble restocking because I just didn't know where anything was, and it was impossible to know which ones I needed. So I was like, okay, give me a minute. I'm going to organize all of this, and I did, and it helps.
Go ahead, Astrid.
What? Oh.
You've been trying to say something, right?
Oh yeah. Just to piss off all the transphobes. I'm having a really bad period and the cramps hurt.
Gotta love it.
Come on.
Could you mute yourself into having periods?
Can you what?
Could you Munchausen yourself into what is it? Munchausen syndrome?
No.
Yeah, I'm kidding.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ian, so like trans women do have periods, you know this, right?
Yeah.
Not that they bleed, but like they have a cycle. I do not miss mine. Whew, I don't miss it. But yeah, they definitely still get the same like cramps and stuff, even mood stuff, all that good stuff. I had PMDD, so I'm glad I
that there's
don't have to
some
deal with it.
lesserness
I
of
think
it,
since I
just because I
started
don't.
Prague, it's gotten worse because this is much worse than it has been before.
Yeah, also for AU down in the comments, I don't know where you're getting that they cite nothing for the change other than stigma, because that's not how updating the DSM fucking works. Ever. At all. It doesn't get updated until there is sufficient need to do so, as shown by research that we were fucking wrong about what's in there. That's how science works. Just about everything in the DSM has some form of stigma around it, and you don't change something on a drop just because of stigma. You change it because you were fucking wrong.
Yeah, and it's almost like if also we removed all the shit sources that the DSM still uses, like, it paints a very different picture. Like, we shouldn't be citing stuff from the 70s and 80s that were clearly, like, just really shit. At, like, there's just methodological failures in a lot of them.
That's why the DSM-5 actually is not technically... I mean, it is, but it's not technically the most up-to-date, because it just recently, here a couple years ago, had to undergo a text revision because they realized, oh shit, there's still some problems with this shit, and had to fix it.
It's almost like science keeps expanding our knowledge. Holy shit, guys.
That's also why when people keep going, oh, it's just mental illness and all of that, I'm like, as a pissed off psych major that is so tired of having to explain this to people, it's like, if you cannot give me a DSM-5 or ICD-10, I mean, you can try to use 11, but 11's also still going, undergoing some tweaks here because it did, like, just come out. But if you want to use 11, go ahead. But it's like, if you cannot give me a DSM or ICD citation, shut the fuck up. Please. And I say either or because DSM is more likely to be used by, Americans over here. Meanwhile, those across the pond are more likely to use the ICD. Now, both sides can use both, manuals and codes, but one is more likely to be used in one side of the world, whereas the other is, more used by everywhere else. So that's why I'm just like, if you can give me a citation from either of those, we can have a discussion. But until you can, please shut up because I'm so tired of having it.
It doesn't take a psychiatrist to understand what a mental disorder is not, and like to be able to read text and that kind of stuff. You do need to be psychiatrists to diagnose people and like prescribe meds and stuff, but to have an understanding about these conditions, no, you absolutely don't need to. You can. I think some of the best information I've ever received about like what these conditions are come from actually not people who don't have medical certifications. It's like, yeah, you need to be cautious when you're talking to somebody who doesn't have like a medical certification, but like we also have people who do have medical certifications that were on like that led the DSM-5 in terms of sexual and that kind of stuff disorders, and they disagree with what I would be saying that being trans is fine and normal.
Oh yeah. There's quite a few that manage to snake their ways through, or they don't have all of these biases and everything when they start out, because you're not supposed to going into these fields, okay, and they actually enter it without the fucking bias and shit like they're supposed to, and then so much shit gets fucking hit, okay, because a lot of the times, unfortunately, in most scientific fields, and psych is fucking god awful with this on a lot of things, you can't do research without the proper funding. And a lot of times now, unless you cave to certain things with certain people that would be providing that funding, if you don't have the money, you don't do the research. And if you don't cave to their fucking view, you're not gonna get shit from them. So either you twist bias into things, and that's unfortunately how some good fucking doctors end up going down the wrong fucking pipeline, or you have research that is, vastly gapped because they need to fucking fill it with shit. You have vastly under-researched phenomenon because people aren't willing to compromise their integrity. And that shit fucking irks me to no goddamn end. Sorry, that is just like my soapbox as somebody that's in this field, that it's just like, ugh.
I would have banned you if you said weasel instead of snake. No, I'm kidding.
Also, hey you, baby doll, again, you're trying to sit here and assume you know more than somebody that works in this fucking field. Hello, that's me. And I'm still currently a student while I do so. Dude, the fucking manuals and shit you are citing, I get taught out of.
I definitely don't want to go to my therapist sometime and saw that they had, or I went to them and I saw they had a copy of the DSM-5, and like, I might have to flip through and say, take some pictures of some of these pages.
I mean, having a copy is definitely going to be a good thing. However, them bitches ain't cheap.
Yeah, well, that's why I just said to take a few pictures out of it, because like for my personal use,
Yeah, I know.
if I want to just cite it, I don't have to bring up the source. I really wish it was like it was open source.
Oh no. If you want to bring it up, you can. It's going to be a little harder to look through with like codes. But you can find it online. Like, they do have it up there. I've had to use it plenty of times for school.
Does it have the textual backing for it too? Or is it just the diagnosis?
They have some people that were kind enough to upload it in like PDF formats or EPUBs, but you can also look up like specific chapters or like specific diagnostic criteria and whatnot, and it'll take a little bit of digging, but you can find it.
That's nice. Yeah, I haven't done too much digging on trying to find that stuff. Some of the stuff is like, I feel like, I mean, unfortunately, it can't be all free. It's like the whole scientific publication thing. Like, ideally, all this stuff should be free, but that's not always possible.
Oh yeah. Loot when I
What is
well,
this?
Moody, when I say some people were kind enough to upload it as like PDFs and whatnot, that is what I'm referring to. I am referring to intellectual taking to the high seas.
They're all organized as to where they go in the shop.
Like,
I read it, Cucumber. Also, did we ever invite them up?
What?
I did. The interference,
Okay.
I did. They said that they want to remain down there, which fair enough.
Or no, AU for debate. I feel like it's just easier to not do it from the comments.
No, I mean, I'm just sitting here going, okay, do you have a fucking degree in this field? Do you work in this field? Because if you did, you'd be able to provide, a citation. Well, wait, no, you can't because the citation doesn't exist.
For
but
page
you'd at
not
least
found.
be able.
About that.
Yes, the main part of science is, unfortunately, you might get answers that you don't want. And that's why there is peer review, because biases happen in everybody. And so that is why that system exists.
So yeah, I mean, there is no confusion here, and I've had so many people try to sit there and go, it's a delusion. You don't know what a psychological delusion is. Please don't use terms you don't understand.
Also,
Okay.
the other thing I find is that even if it were a mental illness, it's not. Even if it were, why is there such a resistance to take care of the people? It's just used as an insult with no compassion.
Rick, no one is arguing to give young minors HRT unless they fucking need it.
We literally never said that.
Yeah, you do realize HRT is used for things other than being, gender affirming care, right? Nobody is arguing to give folks treatment that they're not needing. And if they do need it and whatnot, that's not for you and the rest of the world to decide. That's between them, their fucking doctor, and, I mean, depending on how old they are, their fucking family. Okay? Other than that, it's nobody's fucking business. Also with the ones of, oh, well, you shouldn't be doing it like this or whatnot. At least over here in the States, I do believe it's mostly the same across the pond, but I could be wrong on that. Don't quote me. But at least here in the States, most of the time, unless there is a medical necessity for it, like precocious puberty or, certain parts of anatomy going wrong, HRT is not able to be obtained until at least 18, and even then after 18, in the cases of, it's being used as gender affirming care, you have to still go through at least a year of therapy and then jump through more fucking hoops after that to prove certain bullshit before they will even consider getting you a consultation to start on it.
This is
I've heard it's 2 years.
Have I think you were trying to the person down there, I think they were trying to refer to hormone blockers, which there is a system in place called WPATH. Highly recommend looking into that. But I think it's individualized for each person. I haven't looked too much into it because I'm not a trans child, but
there's
what I have.
If you're talking about puberty blockers, yes, WPATH is one way to go about it. There's also other ways to go about it, and puberty blockers are used for more than gender affirming care. They're mainly used to treat precocious fucking puberty. But also
I said hormone blockers, but I meant puberty blockers.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. I mean that's how they function. Mostly. But puberty blockers, as somebody that has had a sibling consider going on them, and they went through all of the information and everything, they ultimately decided in the end not to. But they are completely fucking reversible. Had they gone on them and wanted to go off, they could go off. And yes, what would happen would be a delayed puberty. But again, there's not a whole lot that would be an issue with that, aside from like certain hormone levels, but even that we have ways to fix. So I think people are forgetting that all of these things that they are so against because they are only viewing them as gender affirming care were started for cis people first.
This is true.
I just ran headfirst into the wall. Just thought you guys should know. My cat just ran headfirst into the wall.
Oh,
That's okay.
He's trying to act like nobody saw, but we saw.
Oh.
Oh no.
Also, if I had,
you know,
if I had been given like gender affirming care when I was like 12 or so, like actually went through the right puberty the first time, I would probably have not. That would have saved me so much depression and everything.
I know. You guys are advocating for getting rid of, you guys are pissy about thinking that people are giving hormones to underage children, but then not realizing that not allowing children to have these puberty blockers is the same fucking thing.
It's also like it's
Sorry,
almost
man.
like we also know for a fact that gender affirming hormones actually make these people feel better. It's kind of moot when it compared to like, as long as we're going through the steps and making sure that people know the outcomes of what's going to happen, that and like I do think that there needs to be some at least waiting period from going from puberty blockers to gender affirming hormones if they're like at age 12 or something. But like at age 14, 16, I don't really see a problem because this is something that they're going to spend years thinking about. It's not like it's something that you can just go out and do on a Friday night. It's
I mean, there are already. They check for insistence, consistency, and persistence.
Yeah.
I always just put that disclaimer out there though, so we don't get disingenuous fucks.
Also, everybody's like, oh, well, they're giving it to like kids younger and younger and younger. No, the only cases where kids are put on, well, correction, let me word this a little differently so it's a little easier to understand. Kids are not put on puberty blockers until at least age 12, unless they have what is called precocious puberty, where that is absolutely seen and fucking necessary to keep them from going through puberty and shit too fucking early. All right. So without precocious puberty, which is a medical necessity for it, the earliest, and this is saying the earliest, not that, oh, they're always put on it at this fucking age or whatnot, because a lot of times doctors will still push and want to wait. But the earliest they can be put on it is age 12. So for people like, they're giving out shit like that to, 6-year-olds and shit, you're full of shit. You're so full of shit.
Oh yeah, and one of my
Ooh,
the
wait, hold on.
advocate I
Somebody
take-
says look up what happened to the child Jazz. Yeah, Jazz has never actually once said that they didn't, that they regretted their actual like transitioning or what they had done.
Are they meaning Jazz Jennings?
I think
Didn't
so.
she say she didn't like what her mom was doing or something?
Jazz Jennings is one of the happiest fucking individuals out there.
I mean, it
At
doesn't
least from
take-
what we know.
Yeah, and it's like we can just look at the data too. Like I really hate. I mean, it's good to sometimes use these like one-off examples, but like these are just one-off examples are anecdotal evidences are only evidence of the anecdote. They don't reflect the broader picture, and we really should look at the broader picture on the statistics of regret rates and retransition rates, and also look at why they regret them, because a lot of the regret it appears to be from a lack of either like social support or that the family just or social family, that kind of stuff regret. Some of it's also like from surgeries, if like the surgery just was botched, which in any surgery happens. There are going to be rates of these things.
Is Jazz Jennings not an advocate for this?
That's what I'm saying.
She was unhappy. Why would she be an advocate for it? What are you talking about?
Excuse me, the fuck? Also with the regret rates, as they were just brought up, I mean, I can look up and spout off the exact statistics here in a minute because it's been a while since I've looked at them, but I did for, a while back. The regret rate of getting a tattoo is high higher than the regret rate of transition.
I'm getting a tattoo.
Well, yeah, but because you don't go out on a Friday night drunk and get a transition done. You can do that
I
with a
did.
tattoo, however.
Oh yeah, I know.
I did that. That's how I got my turkey. Just kidding.
Like, look at all these regret rates. We should, absolutely not do it because that's the regret rate just shows how harmful it is. Well, then you should also ban anyone ever getting a fucking tattoo or any form of body art because the regret rate for that is higher.
Yeah,
I bet you that there's
rate
higher
for
regret
trans
rates.
surgeries is, or gender affirming care in general. I think surgeries is different, but it's 0.6 because they weren't trans. Percent is because they weren't trans, and it's 1%, almost less than 1%, and the rest of that, other than the 0.6, is because of familial or societal backlash. So they detransition.
Oh yeah.
It's also not like we don't know for a fact that 3% of people who win the goddamn lottery regret winning the lottery for various reasons. So when winning the lottery has higher regret rates, should we just not let anybody win the lottery at this point?
I win the lottery, I'm getting gender affirming care for everybody.
Yeah, right?
Please, 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 please. I'll do the same.
That's what Finn kind of did with their organization. They funneled a lot of money with Anne.
Yeah. I think trans people who have big platforms to make a lot of money is that's kind of a duty you have.
Yeah, I mean, shit, my fucking, because everybody would be all up in arms. Another thing that they're like, like I said, where they don't consider that it was started for other reasons first, where they're sitting there going, well, because this is gender affirming care, we gotta get rid of it, we gotta get rid of it, we gotta get rid of it. HRT is necessary, especially for, women who get fucking hysterectomies. Especially if they're cases like my grandmother, because my grandmother is an example of what happens when they don't give it to you, and other parts of your body start rapidly fucking deteriorating because they refused to give her the hormones that she needed after she had a hysterectomy in her early fucking 20s. Once she had my dad because they found cancer on her shit. And they took it out, and then they refused to give her the fucking hormones that she needed because of multiple different fucking reasons. But it's no, that's when you are sitting there saying, get rid of all of this because it's gender affirming care, you do realize what you're fucking condemning the rest of the population to, right? I don't think those people fucking realize that. Even if they want to sit there and be complete fucking bigots and not give a shit about trans folks, which, if you do that, you're a fucking asshole.
The androgen, one of the meds I'm on for HRT is, not spironolactone. It's actually originally a blood pressure medication. That's mostly what it's used for, but it also blocks androgens.
Oh yeah, I know.
Wasn't Viagra also a blood pressure medication at one point?
Yeah, old ladies. In my
Oh yeah, a lot of psych meds and such are also blood pressure medications.
I'm actually convinced that a lot of medicines were discovered accidentally, and a lot of inventions were too. Super glue was an accidental discovery of trying to make a clear polymer for bomber sights. And it kept jamming up the optical testing equipment and cost tens of thousands of dollars in back then money. So yeah, these were very expensive mistakes, and then they're like, well, this glue is this is really sticky stuff, so they just started attaching random stuff to it, and this is an amazing product. So that's why Kodak invented super glue.
Really cool how much of science was discovered by accidents, like the discovery of penicillin.
Oh yeah.
It's almost like science is sometimes bad at making discoveries intentionally.
Oh yeah, that, and when you realize just how many uses different things have when they're being put into making these medications. You have so many different, uses for one medication. Just one thing. And it's got so many different uses. You have its commonly marketed use, and then, you have other things for it, and it's just wow.
Yeah, how hydroxyzine is a antihistamine, but people use it for panic attacks.
Yep. Because that is most commonly, if I'm remembering correctly, most commonly marketed as Visceral.
As what?
Hydroxyzine is a generic name. It is most commonly, if you're marketing it under a brand name, it's most commonly Visceral.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
With a capital L, which is weird.
Yeah, Visceral is one of those that I have that I still have like as a take as needed thing. I unfortunately can't really take it all that often. Because yeah, it definitely does what it needs to do and makes me not fucking anxious anymore. But
Yeah, too, doesn't it?
It makes me a fucking zombie.
Yeah.
I'm fucking
Luckily,
useless.
I've got a surplus of it in the house, but I also have someone in the house who is diagnosed with MCAS and uses and is given hydroxyzine to deal with that, and it's the same dosage. So
Oh yeah. There's also what was it? Trying to remember what it was. Guanfacine, which is most commonly marketed as Intuniv, is technically a blood pressure medication, but it is also marketed for ages as young as 5 to treat ADHD.
what is? I'm sorry.
Guanfacine, and it's most commonly marketed as Intuniv.
I have not heard of that one.
That it's just usually very low doses, because it is also a blood pressure medication.
Oh, I see.
Also, I believe, trying to remember what it's called. I believe like Clonidine or something like that. Can
Clonidine?
be. I don't know about that, but it's occasionally used to treat, like if you have nervous tics that develop, it can be used to treat that, but that is also, again, I have to be careful because it's a blood pressure med.
Yeah, I think that's Klonopin.
Yeah. It's just...
I only know because I know somebody who took it for blood pressure medication. Could be wrong on that, though. Oh, is it Clonidine? Oh,
yeah, I thought
my
it was
bad.
Clonidine.
My bad, you were right. I apologize. There's another one that is.
I was trying to remember because I was almost on it at one point, but I was having issues. Yeah, I was almost on it at one point because I have nervous tics, but I had everything like built up already where I was already having blood pressure issues and like sugar bottoming out and shit. And my mom was like, I don't know that I want you on that right now, even though I was an adult, because I went home and I was like, oh, they gave me a prescription for it. And she's like, I don't know if you should be taking that. And so I didn't. And found another way to deal with it.
Hey, that's always nice to... Because sometimes, especially now, the way that doctors handle things, sometimes people close to you do know you more than the doctors and can see how you react.
Oh yeah, no. That's also
Not
another
to say that they know more than the doctors. It's a fine line, but...
No, I talked to my mother because my mother, even though she was like, okay, I can't go through with this, I don't think that I can be in the psych industry myself, because she was like, you know, I can't do all of the math and shit that would be required. She took the route of ABA for a while, before, you know, I was old enough to do all of my bullshit, and now I'm a fucking psych major and working in this field as well. So she still has a lot of, like, knowledge as well. But she's also the parent that I act the most like. So a lot of the times when they're talking about like my fucking mental fucking hormones and pathways and shit, they're more closely gonna mirror my mother than my sister. So it's like looking at different things, it's like, okay, can my mother take this? Yeah? Alright, well we'll look at that. And then it's a little trickier with my sister because my sister's kind of more closely mirrors my father's. But I don't know what all my father was on because he would never fucking tell me.
That's really cool. I resemble a lot in my brother in the way that we both act, which is really cool in the way that I'm a trans man, and that's just kind of affirming a little bit, but still. But we're both on the same medication for our ADHD, or ADHD rather.
Oh yeah. My mother and I both take Wellbutrin, as a double, ADHD and antidepressant. And
You can't medicate autism, I know, but I just mean it.
oh yeah, no, I completely know.
Sorry.
No,
You
but
can.
you can.
Hold on, you
Yeah.
can't medicate your autism. It's called
The
Factorio.
symptom. Huh? Wait, you said what?
I said it's called Factorio, the
This
game.
is true. Or Warframe. I have never seen a neurotypical person play Warframe.
You can absolutely medicate the 80 of the HDs part of it.
Anyone
But-
else see the Destiny Star Wars crossover? That's wild.
Oh, I have not.
Bungie must be really hurting for money.
I've seen people get upset, or I've seen Destiny players get upset that Warframe players, they're like, well, you guys talk about us all the time. And it's like, yeah, we're concerned for you.
Oh, but with the
Destiny, but now it's getting really like they're really
Bungie's,
pushing the cosmetics and stuff.
Bungie's done some
Well-
pretty horrible things recently too.
What?
all on the subject of medication. But yeah, my mother and I can take the same like dosage we do. So occasionally, if one of us runs out of meds really fucking quick, but the other one can get it a little quicker, we're like we may occasionally help each other out. Or at the very least, if one of us is like late on taking our meds, it's like, yo, bitch, go take your meds. Because we kind of have a similar time frame on it because we both have to take them at least 3 times a fucking day. Or, you know, with certain cases like that.
I'm trying to remember that.
What?
To take it 3 times a day.
Oh yeah. We had to set alarms. And then if she heard my alarm going off and I hadn't taken it yet, she would yell at me, go, bitch, go take your meds.
You have to set alarms just to remember to eat.
Right? But no, because it's extended release. So each one is, you know, going throughout the day until you take the next one. Also, when you can look at things like, even if you don't necessarily have specific things where it'll match up, you can look at other things like my stepsister is now on the same medication that I use for my ADHD. And she's sitting here going, okay, well, this is going on with me. And I'm like, that might be something else. I don't know that that's the meds, darling. Because a lot of the things that she's like, oh, this, well, I'm feeling like this. And I'm just like, that doesn't usually cause that. I mean, I'm not saying it's not the meds, but as somebody that has taken it, no. If it's causing that much fucking pain for you, what do they have you on? You might need to lower your dose. Because they did start me out on a higher dose than I'm on now. And then I started getting like really bad fucking headaches and shit, and they were like, okay, well, let's lower this shit. And that worked. But it's like being able to have that back and forth with family is great. Also, when you have certain conditions where people are just like not wanting to listen to you, but they're like, oh, it's all like, occasionally it's like with my fucking tics for a while, my father, the funniest damn thing, again, is that even though my sister and I are kind of polar opposites on how we present in a lot of things, even though we have some of the same disorders, how we present with those disorders is, you know, 2 sides of a fucking coin here.
Yeah, with my sister.
Oh, yeah. But when my tics started and everything, I'm just like, fuck. Okay, and they told me that's what it was. And then my dad was like, are you sure that's not just all in your fucking head? And I'm like, well, one, yes. But, you know, it's not something that I'm fucking making up. But, you know, it is technically in my fucking head because that's what's fucking causing it. But then he got the slap in the face when the kid that started acting, that, you know, that acts like him most of the time, because, you know, he's sadly no longer with us, but the kid that acted like him, when he saw us both fucking doing it back and forth, fucking setting each other off in the middle of a fucking restaurant, because one of my ticks went off and fucking triggered her, and it was just a back and forth kind of thing. It sucked in the moment, but, you know, when thinking about it later, it's like, that was funny as hell.
Charlotte, I don't mean to be rude, but can we not monologue for 5 minutes on end? Sorry. I don't know if I don't know if you noticed it at all, but I was not
No,
trying
you're
to
good, I'm sorry.
just try to monologue, and not overspeak
You're
other
good.
people. Okay. I did want to say that Ali in Twitch chat was like, "Oh my god, I love Warframe." Whenever when you brought up Warframe, Pickles.
Oh, Dubs.
Yeah.
It's. I hate to break it to you. You might not be neurotypical. I don't know. I don't think that neurotypical people are able to track that game, if only because I think you have to be really, really hyper focused in order to get it because of how much work it takes.
Yeah, there's some games out there that like Flight Sims 2, where it's complex enough that it's just like, nope, you gotta have Tism in order to enjoy this.
Yeah.
So, I call.
Hi. This is why I wish I could play video games, because all the neurodivergent folk are like, this is the fun one. This tickles the tism. And I'm like, I can't do it.
You feeling alright? Your voice sounds a little raspy.
Oh.
I'm good. I had a frog in my throat. I'm good.
Okay. Just checking in.
There.
I'm playing Star Wars Outlaws.
Fine.
It's really fun, but like if you leave it on the menu for like more than 2 minutes, it crashes the entire PS5 and you have to like unplug and plug it in again.
That's fun. My ex used to get so mad at his Xbox when it wasn't doing what he wanted it to do. So
Ali says that they are the neuro spiciest. I grant that.
Yeah. That game is definitely like, there's some kind of neurodivergence required for it.
Yeah.
Where are the ops?
It's like the other day I asked my friend if he played D&D, and he was like, well, why would you think that I played D&D? And I was like, because I thought that it was obvious.
do we have an op?
Yeah, we have 2 ops actually. So
Ask and you shall receive. Okay.
the one time I actually have asked and received.
Right.
Hello, American Daniel Swagster. Do you disagree with background? And can I get your age and pronouns, please?
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello.
Did you hear what I said?
Okay. No. It was being weird.
Oh, okay. Could I just get your age and pronouns, and then if you disagree with the background?
I'm 22 and I am a he, him.
Okay.
What about you?
20. Oh, check me a sec. 26, he, him. Do you disagree with background?
Yeah, I disagree.
Okay, so why do you disagree?
Hello?
Hello?
Did anyone get the reference?
I didn't hear anything that comes to it.
Wait, did you get that?
No.
You just unmuted for us.
I was speaking. What?
Did you mute on accident?
Like someone must have muted me when I started talking.
Oh, okay.
No one's touched our screens to mute you, dude.
They can see if somebody muted you.
Oh, I don't know. I don't really know how to work these things.
Same. No.
Can you just repeat yourself then?
Yeah.
You're just not saying anything again. Are you going out of the app or something?
Yeah, we can't hear you if you're not on the app.
Wait,
TikTok's
what?
strange. Yeah, we
Yeah, you're
can't hear
here.
you
Okay.
if you leave the app. That's probably what's happening.
Oh shoot. Damn. All right, let me go memorize my notes document and I'll be on mute. Hold on.
Okay.
It's making sense now.
Yeah. All of a sudden
Usually
it clicks.
usually it does the teacup, but it wasn't teacupping, so I was really lost.
No, I broke my zipper. Oh, I just got this bag.
There's the teacup.
How do you guys fix zippers?
What happened to it specifically? Like, did it come off completely?
No, there's still one on the other one.
Okay. Like, did the little thing, did it come off both tracks, or is there?
Oh, it just came off one track.
Okay, so you should be able to like slide it.
Okay, I'm trying.
I love
Like
how
slide
it's
it through
Allie
the thick end.
in Twitch chat who said, did they leave the app? And I was like, huh.
It's my little bug bag, and if it broke, I'm gonna be real upset. I love my bug bag. I just got it.
You back now?
You said there were 2? Maybe we get another guy?
If they're still
Keep up
requesting.
round 2.
Yeah, I'll bring them up too. Why not? Hello, Lelouch? Is
Lelouch v.
Lelouch.
Britannia.
Hello.
The demon of Britannia.
Hello.
Do you disagree with the background, and can I get your age and pronouns, please?
I'm 21. He, him.
And do you disagree with background?
Yeah, I disagree.
Oh.
Not both of them teacupping.
This is.
I don't think it adds to the protection.
We didn't hear the first 15 seconds of
What?
that.
Oh,
I said.
I thought I heard it. I don't know.
Wait, what?
Can
You went. It said you went off the app. We couldn't hear you.
Was I muted? Wait, did I get muted?
No, you just went off the app. So
It was
doesn't-
that, or your connection dropped for a second.
Oh, what is it?
Oh yeah, mine did the same thing.
Oh Lord, what's going on?
Raptured.
Why does it keep kicking me off?
I can't hear well on the app.
Wait, can you hear me now?
Believe.
Can you...
There's no way this isn't a troll. What are y'all doing?
Okay.
No, why is it?
Are they starting something here? Is this a trend now?
Hello?
But I do have to go.
Okay, bye, Pickles.
You can go first. I'll go after you.
Hi, it was nice hanging with you guys.
Okay. It was good seeing you.
Why is the whole thing freaking out? I'm confused.
I don't know.
Is it being weird for you guys too, or what?
Yeah,
I can't, it keeps.
This is hilarious.
I'm so confused. I don't understand.
Look at it and it just.
I don't understand what.
This has to be a bit.
This has to be a bit.
The bit of you that just died. Yeah. Have you guys seen that?
No.
No.
What?
You ever seen that?
That's just strange.
You
I don't think that's a
bit-
real thing.
That was pretty cringe, bro.
That was so cringe. And you guys were trying to associate me with that guy.
They just died.
I am so
What an absolute
confused
freak!
right now.
Am I right? Am I right?
Am I right? Teacups.
Wait, it says that the person, that transa person at the bottom, keeps teacupping as well.
Astrid?
Me?
The person
Astrid's
at the
not
bottom, the
teacupping.
person with the ladybug profile picture, whatever
It's
that is.
Astrid.
They're weevils.
Weevils.
That voice crack.
It was on purpose.
Weevils.
Should I talk like this? I'm sorry. More feminine.
Wait, who voice cracked?
It was the host, I think.
It was on. It was on
Lol.
purpose.
He sold it by pretending to do one afterwards, but I didn't buy it.
Okay, it seems like
You would
the
never.
connection.
You would never catch the
Let's
loose
see.
voice cracking.
It seems like the connection's connectioning now.
Yeah. So why do you guys disagree?
Who's gonna go?
For fuck's sakes, figure yourself out.
Well, no, I think Lelouch was.
Okay, I'm unfortunately gonna have to drop you both just because I
Lelouch-
can't have a conversation.
Lelouch.
Unfortunately.
Lelouch can go first. I don't mind. Let Lelouch go first. I
I
don't
go
mind.
first.
Yeah, go for it. The floor is yours.
What? So is it if I did? Do I disagree?
Yeah.
How about
Yeah, I
you tell
disagree.
us your point of view?
My point of view of the prompt. Are you?
Yeah.
Wait, are you part of it? Are you part of the live?
No, I disagree too. I was going to talk about my point, but
We lagged again. I
Yeah,
think it's the
go
live that's
ahead.
lagging.
Yeah, there's like a connection bar at the top that's like flashing for me on the live, and it doesn't make sense.
Oh well, that's probably your connection because I'm literally cable wired to my I'm literally hardwired in.
Oh, I
and
was on mute.
I have
Maybe that's the problem.
Maybe you're using up all the Wi-Fi.
no I
Lord.
have I'm not dropping. I can double check my.
Yeah, maybe I have a double.
Nope, I haven't dropped any frames on upload on either.
Go ahead, little bitch.
Okay, I'm going to just move on.
Honestly, like, I'm like, the connection seems to be doing fine, so why aren't we talking about the prompt?
I will bring up. I will bring up the first one.
Someone else is a freak.
I'll try to reinvite them up and see if they can.
I was about to say, like, if they re-request, maybe let them up and see if they can keep their connection together.
Oh, we have a different request from Joe Rook. Hello? Do you
hello?
disagree with the background?
Yeah,
This is a thing. This has to be.
He said, I gotta keep it going. For the trolls.
on the prompt.
What was that?
With the prompt.
What about the prompt?
I said I disagree.
Oh, okay. Why do you disagree?
Can we get your age and pronouns first, real quick?
Oh, yeah, thanks, Cole.
Oh, okay. I'm done.
Yeah, this is...
We can't do this all day.
See him.
I can't. I'm sorry, guys.
We got someone else requesting.
We have Nudith now core. Let's take a wild guess that they'll teacup when we try to ask them questions. Hello, can I get your age and pronouns, please?
Hello, I
'Wow, I'm shocked.
28.
Yeah, this is
What are your pronouns? Okay, thank you.
I think this is a purposeful troll at this point.
What is your pronoun?
He only teacupped the once, so that's why I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt at this moment. Do you disagree with the background? Okay, never mind.
I don't understand what the background means.
Okay, so the premise the premise that we're basically pointing out is that people who disagree with and want to push anti-trans policy, they do it in the name of what they claim is protection. But in reality, what it ends up being is that when you look at the data, their arguments fall apart completely due to a profound failure to comprehend the data that shows that this is that there are life and death stakes at risk.
Do you have this data like on hand?
Yes, I can bring up multiple sources.
Fire away.
So the first one would probably be that let's start with which one is the
Well, yeah. What's the
That's so funny.
I'll probably start with Grossman et al. Published in Suicide and Threatening Behavior journal.
Is any of you guys trans?
I'm not.
Everybody except for Stoke.
Everybody isn't except for Stoke, or everyone is apart from Stoke?
Is except for Stoke. Is except for me.
So you okay.
So Cole and Ashford are. So I would probably point to immediately that the lack of family support for transgender people is the largest predictor of suicide ideation. I can back that up with Grossman et al., published in 2007 in Suicide and Life-Threatening Behavior, and the name of the article is Transgender Youth and Life-Threatening Behaviors. The report basically goes on to say that that the factors, the most the number one factor that leads to suicide ideation that you can use to predict are going to be experience of past verbal and physical abuse and lower body esteem. But the the number one factor is going to be the lack of family support. And so that shows us that support is a very important thing to helping transgender people live authentic and fulfilling lives.
I have a question about transgender.
Okay.
Is transgender like you're either trans or you're not, or is it like a scale thing?
You're either trans or you're not, but there's more than one way to be trans. Some people are trans along a binary. Some
So
people are
could you be
non-binary.
could you be more trans than other trans people or not?
No, you're trans or you're not.
You could
Transgender is
also
not
you could also be
But
questioning.
I don't really understand like the whole thing. I haven't been taught much about it. I'm just
That's
curious.
fair. It's mostly about the number one thing about being trans is essentially that your gender identity doesn't align with the sex that you're assigned with at birth. That is going to be the number one thing that we're really talking about.
So what's the difference between trans and queer?
Queer is a
queer
sexuality.
Yeah, so that's questioning or
No.
it's
Or
not.
no. It's
How about
Go ahead, Astrid. You go first.
queer means, well, for me at least, well, it's kind of a reclaimed slur, honestly. But for me and a lot of the people who use it, kind of use it as sort of like I'm just generally attracted to everyone, including trans people and everything. It's just kind of like a general term for being some flavor of gay.
Yeah, kind of, or non-binary trans in some way,
Yeah.
as well. So the way that this is the fun thing. Like the term man isn't going to mean the same thing to me or other people on the panel. The term
Sorry, I'm not
queer is
laughing
kind of
off at Alan.
it's got similarities in the way that it can kind of mean something different to every part of the queer community, which queer to me, again, some flavor of anything along like if you're LGBT plus at all, then I think that can describe you.
What does the I
Especially
stand for?
intersex.
What's intersex?
It's when not all 5 of your sex characteristics are either male or female.
What's a sex characteristic?
A characteristic of your sex? I mean, I
these
can
are
list
Yeah,
the
but why is
5
there?
sex
Yeah,
characteristics.
what do you mean by like 5? I don't understand how there can be 5. Like, what do
Okay,
you mean?
so
Like
you have
There's
your
large
chromosomes,
gametes.
you have your
size.
gametes, you have
Oh, it's not like
your
physical thing.
okay.
Are you gonna let them answer or?
No, go for it. Sorry. I'm just curious.
Okay, Astrid, you might have to help me out because I might forget 1 or 2 of them. So you've got gametes, you've got genitalia, you've got chromosomes, you've got. See, this is where I'm starting to lose things.
Hormonal sex.
What's
and brain
gametes?
sex? I think
Hormonal sex and something like that. Yeah, and sometimes it's described as 4. Gametes is sperm or egg, large or small gamete.
Oh, does that not go under genitalia though?
No, like you can have genitalia that doesn't match your gamete production.
Yeah, like for example, what is it, Swire syndrome that has
Yeah.
entire male?
What's Swire syndrome?
It's an intersex condition.
It's someone with XY chromosomes that has, due to, I can't remember what actually causes it. I think it's like they don't get the like testosterone wash in the womb, so they just develop as a.
I thought testosterone was
gene
guys.
So it's the XY chromosomes is also guys, but not always, as we're describing. So when that happens, the SRY gene, which is responsible for like the male hormone being released and actually affecting that fetus and their development in their lifetime. If the SRY gene isn't activated, then you're not going to be able to get the release of those androgens in the same
And
way.
what's
that other men.
the SYR gene?
SRY? It's
Yeah, what's
it's
that?
responsible.
I think they're rage baiting. I think they're
No,
I think they're
genuinely, I'm
being
curious.
I mean,
I've
I
never
I
heard
don't
these terms.
I don't know. And
I've
it's
never
still
heard these terms.
educational at the end of the day, as long as we're like accurate with everything. So, oh, hi Pom, bye Pom. So,
Belioning, is that the term?
Yeah,
What
I'm
kind of
not,
keyboard do you have?
and like we're not. Okay,
I have
can
a
we stay on
Logitech
topic at the very
G710
least?
Plus with Cherry MX Browns.
I heard a quirky keyboard and it sounded satisfying.
It's just an old ass Logitech G710 Plus with Cherry MX Browns. It's like a
That
decade
was
old
so
at this point.
specific.
I've got that on my Amazon wish list, but my parents won't buy me it.
They don't make it
How old are you?
anymore.
Oh, that might be why they don't buy me it.
Yeah, it's otherwise would have been a fairly inexpensive keyboard.
Could I buy your one?
No, this one's not for sale. I have stood on this or jumped on this keyboard, and it has not
But
broken. It
I'll
is a
give you
very
like
well-built keyboard.
$150.
Make it $150,000, and maybe we'll speak.
What about $1,000?
This is a conversation. No, I'm fine. I like my keyboard.
What, you don't like dollars?
I like my keyboard. I'm
Maybe we should
autistic.
see what John has to say.
How much Ethereum?
Yeah,
No.
maybe whatever your name is, I'm gonna just mute you because Nudith, now Coner, whatever, just so that we
Nudith.
can introduce John here. If he's not gonna start doing this again, can we get your age and pronouns, please?
I'm 19. I'm he, him.
Okay, thank you. Do you disagree with the prompt?
I say I would, yeah.
What specifically?
I don't really think that nigger.
Thanks.
That's
I
so
was-
funny.
Yeah.
I can't believe you muted me for that.
Well, we didn't know it was coming either. But if you want to get back to like the topic, we can discuss that.
Yeah.
So, do you still like now having a little bit of a grasp? Do you like agree or disagree with the topic?
I don't really understand the topic. I feel like it's very niche.
Well, trans people are kind of niche. We're a small percentage of the population,
Yeah,
so I
but
don't know what you
You could say
expected.
trans people are niche, so then like this is just like a super duper niche thing. I don't think trans is that niche.
We're like 1 to 3% of the population, dude.
That's not that like super niche.
I mean, it depends on what you consider niche, but okay. What do you?
If you look at the numbers game, I wouldn't say it's niche.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question. Okay.
Go for it. Fire away.
Let me formulate how I'm gonna word this in my brain. Do you think that a lot of people don't have a grasp on how important it is for trans folks' health in order for them to receive gender affirming care?
I mean, I don't mean this in a rude way, but I feel like not enough people care. I don't mean that in a bad way. I just feel like not enough people care about that kind of thing, which is the problem.
The fascist scare, sadly.
I mean, yeah, people should care
It's
because
enough
of the.
people that have caused
what-
it's caused policy changes that are harmful. So enough people do care.
Yeah.
That's there. You can feel like
Powerful
it doesn't
people, at
matter,
least.
but like when there's policies being enacted against trans people, it's clearly enough to the point where people are being hurt.
Essentially, what the background is saying is that the people who are saying they're he left.
Bye.
Folded like a chair, scrambled like an omelet.
Got him.
What has been
I
these
have to
last?
go pick up my wife from work, so I'll be.
Wait! Hold on, Astrid. Can we see?
Lizard.
I'm kidding.
Aw.
You can go.
Love you, Astrid. Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye, Astrid.
I don't know that we'll get much more going on today.
I have a feeling that we are going to only get disingenuous, dense MFers who
What
clearly
on
have to
earth
know
was
something.
that?
about something, otherwise you couldn't tie your shoes. That's a reference.
Sorry, my alarm went off, so I didn't catch it.
Oh, I said you disingenuous dense MFer. Obviously you have to know something about something or you couldn't tie your shoes. Slam my desk.
Love it.
It's a really good way to say that about somebody when they say I don't know anything. It's like, well, actually, you have to.
Indeed. I'm literally already in my car, but I don't want to run an errand that I have to run.
Well, I could just end stream and make you do it.
How would you make me do anything?
Well, I can't, but I would give you motivation.
You're in a
I'd
far
remove
away
an
lane.
excuse.
You would remove an excuse. That would be true.
Yeah, we can sit here for a few minutes, see if anybody pops, but I doubt we
All
will.
right. Yeah.
We had one good guest earlier, and then they left right as
Right.
he joined. They were only here for 32 minutes. I mean, that's a pretty good duration.
Not bad. It always feels like the debates are shorter than they are, at least to me.
Yeah, I mean, you can spend a lot of time talking about the same thing over and over again, and it doesn't seem like you're wasting time, but there is a lot of time that goes by.
Mm-hmm.
So, I wonder how many hours Ian streamed total before he got like fairly consistent ops.
I don't know. Going live every day probably helps.
Hey, fight me.
Or at least having a schedule of some sort.
Fight me. I'll try to do on Saturdays in the morning more often. It seems like it's a good time
Okay.
for me because I don't ever have
Yeah.
appointments on Saturdays, and it seems like a lot of people are off too. So
Mm-hmm. I am so cold. My nose is cold. My hands are cold.
I remember Ian has talked about how they used to just talk about things when they don't have guests. Yeah, he probably would talk about ethics knowing him. Or them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ethics this, ethics that.
I feel like
it's something that like becoming a streamer or being like an entertainer, you have to learn how to just babble about fuck all for like hours on end. And that's
Mhm.
something I just don't have. Unless if we're going to be talking about like niche weird things.
Right. And I don't know if Ian was one of the creators that did this or not, but I feel like they would be the type of creator to just like when they don't have ops, just sit there and like read the Bible and just critique things. That would be fun.
I've been tempted to bring up Factorio or something. But it makes it harder for... I would have to fire up my other screen, because otherwise I couldn't see you whenever we did get a request.
Oh, that would not be ideal.
Unless if I played it in, like, non full screen, which is weird. So.
I only have to go down the street, but I don't want to go down the street.
Making my way
I did buckle
downtown.
my seatbelt. I had to restart my car. It's annoying. Because I can't turn my hand controls on unless it's within like a certain period from starting my car. And I can't put it in gear first. So I gotta restart it.
Ali says that you do much better than me. I got tired, or I get tired before 1 hour of mild conversation. It's something I've built tolerance up to. I remember the first few times I've done like a 4-hour stream, my throat was sore, I was tired, exhausted, I had to take a nap, but like yesterday after stream, I didn't even take a nap. I felt okay. Hi Astrid. I don't know why you're back here, because I was gonna end in like, I don't know,
Whenever.
10, 9, 8, 7.
It's the countdown of destruction, extreme destruction.
3, 2, 1, and bye-bye.
Bye.
No! Now I feel bad about it.
Nova, if you bring us ops, we'll stay.
No, not this. I feel like a fucking monster. Oh no, not the offer.
Damn it. Me too.
I don't know bad people though. Saying. I mean, I could invite Christy, but that would be a bad fucking time.
That would be a bad time. Bad faith, bad time.
I don't think that any of the GCs would actually debate this topic. I don't think they would. I think they have to. I think it's such a damning thing to even discuss for them.
Well, they could debate it and just say, we're not going to learn new things about science, cough, cough, z-scores, cough, cough, in order to accurately understand the science that we're looking at. So we're just going to say you're wrong and we're right, and the science supports us even though it doesn't.
Yeah, that's pretty much what most say, yeah. It's an unfortunate problem that it doesn't seem like that the conversation's ingenuous anymore. Because, like, I have desperately just started refusing to talk about our trans woman, because it's... I've talked for enough hours to realize that it goes in circles. And it doesn't matter. It'd be like talking about if Jesus was a real person. Like, sure, you can debate it, but I just don't personally find it like, interesting, because I'm not... Like, I just don't think that it gets at the core of the argument. So why talk about it? I think it's like a side debate that you could have when you have, like, other topics as well. But
yeah.
And then there's that one, I don't know if you've ever, Allie asks our trees woman. Sex seems pretty irrelevant to me, IMO.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like, I don't know, it's just not a...
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I got distracted by dogs.
Puppies.
Our neighbors have a German Shepherd, and I don't know what the breed of their other dog is. But they're very precious, and also very protective. Like, if there's anybody else outside, they're barking at you over the fence. But in a, like, nice way.
When I do lives on being T-Man, it's weird. Is it? I don't know. I thought that whenever you've been on, it's... I don't think that it's... You've been... I don't know, if you're saying that it's like... For you, probably, it's a lot more weirder than probably me hosting a live on people being trans, because, I don't know, it's just... Oh, we can talk to Pommy for a minute.
So what I mean is I get a lot of weird people. I have people who specifically follow me, specifically men who follow me because I disagree with it. But there are a lot of people who will sexualize it.
Got it, yep.
That is what I mean. Because a lot of people are like, oh, you just don't know, sometimes women are insecure, you just don't know the pleasures of being female, stuff like that. It is extremely weird.
It seems like some of it could be ingenuous, but it probably is mostly disingenuous in terms of that conversation.
Unfortunately, I would wish it would be disingenuous, but considering these are mostly men, like cis men, I don't think it's disingenuous. I feel like they're genuinely saying this because that's just my experience with some cis men. And then I have people who are cis women saying I'm a disgrace to being female, but that doesn't get to me as much as it does with the sexualization.
Yeah, for sure. Even just, I mean,
Why don't people sexualize me?
I
Damn
could-
it!
I could give so many reasons. Like growing up, being raised as a girl and a woman, I didn't come out till I was 19. So I was definitely like performing femininity for everybody else and not for me. And the way things were sexualized off the bat, even when I came out, like things were just, it's men are unfortunately more or less disingenuous in these things than we tend to think they can be.
Yeah.
You know?
We as trans men do actually get a bit of hate. It's just not, we don't, at least I don't talk about it a bunch. It's not talked about a bunch, mainly because trans women get more of it and a lot violent.
Absolutely.
Our hate is just in a different way. As I said, I get a bunch of sexualization, and then I have a guy who stalks my account and constantly throws tea insults and everything. I would say he's more of Jenna critical with some of the stuff he's said, but it's specifically towards trans men that he's upset about. It's just not as, I guess, common as people might think. It does happen. We do get a bunch of hate. It's just a bit different.
And we also understand that, like, if we protect the dolls and take care of trans women, that the problem will be taken care of for us as well. It's one of those things where, like, you get rights for people who have less than you, and then if you didn't have rights before, like, you have them now, or you're safer in that way, or whatever, however that, like, ends up panning out in that situation. So we also understand that, like, this is real. It's not as bad as trans women get it, and really the focus being on trans women, it seems we understand, is what's going to solve things for more people.
True. That I do agree with, but I also do think we should talk a little bit about the hate that everyone gets in the trans community, especially with how some non-binary people are treated as well.
Me being one of them.
Yeah.
So yeah, indeed. Again, it's not like we don't have struggle. It's just like you said, it's different, and it's typically lesser than trans women face. So yeah.
Yeah.
But it's there, and it is certainly interesting. Let me tell you.
Yeah, you're right there. But yeah, I just wanted to clarify, because it's hard to clarify in the comments.
Yeah.
Typing is hard for me.
That's so fair.
They need better keywords for vision impairment on phone.
Yes. What was the other thing I was going to say? Oh yeah, this is kind of random, but it's on the trans topic. I was at the store the other day, and I got some stuff, and then I went to check out, and she thought because I was using 2 cards that she was going to need to, like, help me, but she was helping somebody else at the self-checkout, and she literally, like, I have my back turned, and I'm just checking out. She says ma'am, like, a bunch of times, and then keeps getting louder, but, like, it doesn't register to me that, like, this woman is trying to get my attention, because I don't really respond to that much anymore.
Man.
It got so loud. I was like, what? I literally turned around with this confused look on my face, because I'm like, who are you yelling for? Like, what's going on? Like, that's all that was going through my head. And then I see that she's looking at me, and I'm like, oh, damn. I mean, I guess I'm still perceived as a woman in some situations.
Femme presenting? Or do you look androgynous?
I dress androgynously, very much so, and it depends on if I'm wearing a binder or not. If I'm not wearing a binder, and it also depends on, like, if I'm wearing, like, more baggy outerwear. I thought I was at least semi-passing in that situation, but I guess I wasn't.
I mean, you could have been. I don't know how you looked. I think people just, I don't like when people assume, and because that would be assumption right there. Because everyone has different looks. Femininity doesn't always mean you're a woman, and masculinity doesn't, like, always mean you're a man. So, like,
Yeah.
the assumption there is kind of weird. I get why people do it, but still.
Yeah, and it's opposite online. Like people will hear my voice and they'll be like, "Oh, that's a man speaking," and I'm like,
I
"I
love your voice.
guess it's better than woman," but I
I
am
love your
indeed
voice.
non-binary. Thank you. It took, let's see, training it in college and then 2.5 years so far of testosterone to get here.
Oh, nice. I would love to do voice training, but I don't know how well that works for stunted voices.
Yeah, there's certain things like I was a mezzo soprano when I was in college, for example, and there were definitely notes that I like just physically was not capable of hitting that I certainly am now, and they're more comfortable for me as well. But like I don't know with the stunted voice because the way that the voice drops when you're on T as well is a thickening of the larynx, and it sounds like you didn't even have the right thickening of your larynx growing up. I don't know exactly what that looks like for like your voice stuntedness. But that's usually like what happens as we grow up through puberty and such is the larynx thickens dependent on the androgen levels in our body. So I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah.
Yeah, I think my voice is mainly stunted due to me going through puberty too early. Same with my height. That I was told was because I went through puberty too early. I don't know about my voice, but as you can hear, my voice is. It doesn't sound like a normal 19-year-old technically would sound, and I've tried to do vocal training before, but going deep is literally impossible for me. I've tried it. I physically cannot do deep voices. I can only do high.
You can change the tone of your voice some. Sorry, I interjected. Go ahead, finish.
No, you continue. You got it.
Hello there.
Okay, sorry. What was I gonna say? Hang on, I'll remember. Oh yeah. So like with me, there were certain like ranges of pitches that I couldn't hit prior to being on T that I can now. And also, oh wait, no, let me start somewhere else. Having precocious puberty would make it so that the higher androgen levels wouldn't be there as much, even for females. Speaking on that, like you'd have a more dominant female hormone profile earlier on in your life. So that makes sense as to why your larynx wouldn't thicken because it is a result of the hormones. And then the second thing is that you can't necessarily drop your voice into lower pitches, but you can change the tone of your voice, which can make it more masculinized in some ways as well. Also, Astrid would know more about this than me. On at least like going up, I see them commenting a little bit, but yeah, just having been a voice major, I know a lot of these things. I know like the anatomy of the vocal cords and all that good stuff, and how this.
Oh, the teacup thing is back.
Goddamn alarm. Okay, anyways, so yeah, like with people who have a male hormone profile, we have like our chest voice, our head voice, and our falsetto. But for people with a female hormone profile, they have a chest voice and a head voice, and we all don't actually have a falsetto. So like our ranges tend to be a lot bigger when our voices are deeper as well. So yeah, just fun facts I learned through going to college for all this.
Yeah, I would love to change my voice. It wasn't like, even though I had medical issues back then, that's not what made me trans in any way. But like, I don't entirely like estrogen because my mom had problems due to me having extremely high levels back when I was younger. Like I started growing a chest at 2. Of course, she took me to the doctor and stuff, and they made that stop. But that didn't stop it for forever. And unfortunately, it came like when I was around 5, I started growing a chest again, and then I had a puberty around, not a puberty, but mainly had my my period around 8. My hormone levels have always been weird, and I understand that is that might be the cause of my voice. I still hate it. Like, because even when I was a child, my voice was just so high. it was so people would call it annoying because of how high the pitch was and everything.
And really it does come down to the anatomy of your larynx and how thick your larynx is. So like it's not just hormones, if that makes sense. It's hormones causing the thickening of the larynx, or not in your case so much, that makes the deeper
What
pitches.
usually causes the thickening of the larynx, may I ask?
Male hormone profile will trigger that to thicken. So that's why people, when they get on tea, that's why their voices drop, is because their larynx is physically thickening.
I was told that I barely had, like, it was very bad. I was told that I didn't have much male, like, as you would say, male hormone, like testosterone or anything in me. I mainly had estrogen, which is not a good thing. You're supposed to have at least a good amount of both.
Exactly.
Not barely any testosterone and way too much estrogen.
Astrid said, "Want to trade larynxes?"
Sure. Yeah, I don't like this voice.
Trade with me.
I want yours. Yours is awesome.
No, it's not. It's actually horrible.
Not to me.
Literally, like, it's so funny because my sister and I are both trans, and when she came out and started HRT, I was like, "Do you want my chest, like, for real?" And she's like, "No, I'm hoping that even on hormones, genetics don't play enough of a part that I get a chest as big as yours." And I'm like, "Oh no." Who wants it? Because I don't. Also, here's to getting top surgery next year.
Yes, congrats.
Thanks.
I read that Tank thoughts discussion Terry mix for a second. Yeah. No, I'm hoping when I go on T, it at least fixes some of it. I know that it probably won't do what I'm entirely hoping for, due to just
But it'll help.
how my vocal cords are, but I do know that it won't make me sound like a child.
Yeah. Also, congrats, Astrid. We're surgery year buddies. We love gender affirming care. So
Yes.
it's been like 30 minutes since I said I needed to run an errand. If y'all are still up here, I'll come back and then just down the street, but I'm gonna go run that errand.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, Snake.
Hola.
This is Snake.
Doobie doobie dooba doobie doobie
You're
doo.
going, every time you do that, my brain is like, do the same thing. It's a funny voice. It's a funny word. Do it. Say it. Every time you do that.
As it should.
And then I have to do it because it makes me happy when I do it. My brain's like, yay!
We do have a request. I'm shocked. From Patrick.
Oh. Patrick?
Hi, Patrick. Can I get your age and pronouns, please?
Yeah, I'm 19. I guess he, him.
Do you disagree with the background?
Yeah.
Can I ask why you disagree?
Yeah, I don't see it being justifiable in my moral framework.
Would you include harm as like substantial harm reduction as being unjustifiable? Because that is what
Depends on what you mean. I'm a Catholic, so I have to assent to the catechism, so.
Oh no, that's awful. I don't even know much about the catechisms, but like that's kind of problematic in a lot of ways because like aren't the catechisms often like seen as like, I don't know, they're just not something that I like. In order for you to push like catechisms and stuff onto me, you'd have to convince me that A, your God is real, and B, that Catholic is the optimal way. But
Well, it's just Christianity and it's in general. It's not necessarily just Catholicism. But I mean, I don't see a justification behind transgender ideology or affirming them or the harm reductionist worldview in general, because I mean, you can't really justify other things in a harm reduction worldview. Like you wouldn't be able to justify why necrophilia is wrong in a harm reductionist worldview.
I could justify under the grounds that it's harmful to like somebody's, like, we do care about like dead rights in regards to like people who
Well,
had
why do they
agency.
have those dead rights?
Not
Because
just that, if you do necrophiliac, you can also get sick or catch diseases.
What if they're using proper protection?
You can still get sick
No,
because
they're
you are
using proper protection. The body was just
you
it
are
just died.
using a decaying body.
No, not decaying, but freshly dead.
That can still get you sick, even if you're using protection. You're still near a dead body. There are many different bacteria still in that body, depending on how the body died.
I also see that the whole Christian worldview has just this major contradiction in it, that you have to make up like some sort of cope to accept the idea of a god being outside of time, but somehow created time itself. Like this is just something that's gibberish in my mind.
A cope? Well, I mean, that's just kind of like you're just kind of like insulting it and not making really an argument why
Okay,
like
so
Thomistic philosophy is wrong in and of itself.
do you agree that creation requires time?
Creation requires time. I mean, in the Thomist view, I guess.
Do you
Yeah, I
believe
guess.
that God is outside of time?
Yeah, so God would be, I think, atemporal, right? That's one of the qualities of God.
Yeah, so if God is outside
Well,
of time,
actually, no, I wouldn't. No, creation doesn't require time.
well, so you go from a state of something not existing to existing that requires two different states of time, so therefore necessitates that you have a change in time.
Well, no, like bringing something into existence from like not existing is not necessarily just a change, because a change requires something pre-existent to be changed into something else, right?
I mean, even if it's
Time measures change, and creation is not a change.
creation isn't a change, that's a wild.
No,
take.
not necessarily in like the Thomistic like worldview.
I'm not super familiar with Thomistic worldviews. That's just me personally. But it's. I don't see how you are. Because you still are regardless going from a state of one moment in time where there is nothing to something existing, and those are going to be two different states.
Well, so creation's like a metaphysical relationship or relation, right? Like it's not.
It's the act or process of bringing something into existence. It's literal definition.
Yeah, but it's not a temporal event, is it?
It is a temporal event.
It is.
Yes.
So
are actions temporal events?
Or actions temporal events? I mean, it depends on what you mean by action.
Like, do they require multiple states in time? Like, because assuming actions are kind of giving the idea that like you're taking one thing and changing it or doing something.
Yeah. Actions would be temporal, but I mean.
So how could God take an action without being?
Not every single
temporal?
act would be treated as like temporal. Yeah, so like for like us, like a change or an act is like it's like a change in like it's like the exercise of like power and time, I guess. And then God's action is not temporal, so that's what I would say.
This just seems like special pleading at that point, because like it's for all of us it's temporal, but for God it's not. It seems like you're making a case that your God is somehow beyond the ideas of being temporal, and having to be within a temporal framework in order to use temporal things. Because if we can just say that God is atemporal and can use temporal things, that's just it's just gibberish. It's affirming that, you know, something outside of time can make actions that require time. It's that something exists both inside and outside of time at the same time.
Yeah, so I mean, no, it's not within like the Thomism, like metaphysics. It's not special pleading because the distinction is like resting on the difference between divine action and like a creaturely action.
Do you have any evidence of the divine, like good empirical evidence?
I mean, no, I wouldn't, because I think empiricism is just completely like
Oh.
wrong.
Well, I
I'm
think
not
that
empiricist.
you kind of find that problematic because we're only discussing because we've used empirical evidence to find out how technology works and internet and that kind of stuff. It's all built based off of empiricism.
So everything's based off of empiricism, right? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying that the very devices that we're using and the software is based off of empirical evidence and empirical development of technology and other things.
So you're saying that I would need to, like, there's no empirical evidence for my God existing. Is that what you're saying? Like, there's no empirical evidence for a God existing. So then, like, this argument's basically just like,
It's kind of an unfalsifiable truth also. It's like I don't know how you could even start to defend something that's theoretically unfalsifiable.
are you familiar with the fine tuning argument, or?
Yeah, generally I think it's very poorly made most of the times. Because you'd have to like come up with an idea of like often when people bring it up, they bring up like the distance from the Earth to the sun and stuff like that, which we actually know changes quite dramatically by millions of miles. Further, that we know that life could exist on planets such as Mars, which are dramatically further away. Gravity is not finely tuned. There doesn't appear to be any sort of thing that couldn't be dramatically different and still have life on some planet.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So, I mean, it seems like you're probably not going to assent to my worldview, obviously.
I don't think I need to, and I don't think that you need to consent to mine necessarily, other than we just need to see that we can take actions that reduce harm that is visible and to other people, and that by doing these, it's actually a good thing to do. And that we should.
Well, like, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that because, like, I mean, in my worldview, I have to assent to the catechism, and you have to, you cannot disrespect. I mean, you have to accept your sex, like, as you're born.
I mean, yeah, transgender people accept their sex as they're born. Gender's not sex.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, well, yeah, no. Again, you have to accept your sex as you're born, and especially gender, and you can't mutilate your body. So, I mean, it's like completely like. It's not just accepting your sex. It's, I mean, I wouldn't just like say that. I mean, yeah, sex is binary. I think we can agree on that, or it's represented bimodally.
I mean, if you, bimodally would be acceptable, but binary is a little bit, you can kind of force it to be binary by just defining it as being binary and accounting for all other, like all the things that seem to be rule breakers as being within the binary. But bimodal is definitely the much better way to like model it.
Okay, so I have a question. So if, I mean, it's just like a weird hypothetical.
Mhm.
Would you say that like if a I guess child attracted, I don't know if I'm allowed to say pedophile on this live, but if someone that's attracted to children said that they were going to unalive themselves and they were extremely depressed because we didn't allow them to, I guess, watch animated child pornography, would you see that as morally permissible?
I would say that we know that for a fact that pedophilia is like a perversion of sexuality in some sense, while being trans is actually underneath the DSM not seen as being some sort of like we know that pedophilia causes harm. Being trans does not cause harm in itself.
Well, I mean, how does it cause harm if it's just animated?
I mean, that's there's a lot of like ethical, you can talk about that, but it's kind of like allowing this, what we know is going to be harmful, like to individuals to continue on, instead of people trying to get help and like trying to treat, like like addictions. We know that they're harmful to these individuals, or some harm is being caused, and therefore we spend the time to try to get people away from these things instead of encouraging them to go into it, because we know of the harm that it causes. But what we do know is that whenever it's kind of being transgender is on the opposite side of things. That when we affirm people's gender IDs or their identities, this reduces things such as depression, stress, and reduces harm.
So would you say that like it's nature, they're born that way?
There's very good
Or would-
evidence to suggest that nature is part of it. There's also likely some nurture aspect to it. I don't think it's this simple black and white of nature versus nurture. There is some
Well, I mean,
aspects
isn't
that
there
nature-
some evidence to suggest the same for child attracted like people? Like,
Yeah, it is.
well, so then like why shouldn't I affirm them too? Like
Because they cause harm. That's the
not
difference.
necessarily. Not. I wouldn't say all of them cause physical or mental harm upon someone else.
Yeah, but the propensity is still there for them to want to cause harm, and we should.
Well, isn't the propensity for anyone that's like mentally ill or someone that's, I guess, seen as ostracized? Like, shouldn't we just be more opening to them and help them give them more coping, like things to cope with, I guess, so they don't cause harm?
So like, go ahead, Pomegranate.
What? Not for one, not everyone who's mentally ill causes harm, and for two, what coping or what thing would you do for a trans person?
Yeah, I would. What coping would I personally do for a transgender person? Well, I would affirm that they are what they were born as.
That would not help.
I mean, yeah, you can tell. What do you mean help? Like,
So for not all of us, but for transgender people, some of us have gender dysphoria. So and a incongruent with our sex. So just saying, "Hey, no, you are this, you are this, you are." That's not going to help us, not in the slightest. That's actually going to make us more. What's the word?
well, I wouldn't necessarily just because you don't like it or it hurts your feelings. I wouldn't say it's necessarily.
So you're going to what? Put them in a state of depression, anxiety, or certain types of thoughts just because you don't agree with it? Because we have seen that.
Well, do you agree with pedophilia?
No, I do not.
Okay, well then you're gonna put them in
But
depression
being
by denying them a
transgender, being
What?
transgender and
Yeah.
being a pedo is two completely different things.
Well, I'm
And
trying.
for
I'm trying.
one,
I'm not.
They don't go into depression, not that I know of, from not being able to touch children.
Well, yeah, actually, yeah. I mean, a lot of them actually do show signs of depression, and suicidal behavior because they're not accepted by other people, similar to transgender
Not
people.
accepted to touching children
No, not necessarily.
So
or being attracted to children.
Yeah,
You're
that's like.
comparing those things? Are you kidding me?
Can you show how it's like disanalogous? I'm trying to compare like how you know,
Disanalogous?
yeah, like how it's not like a proper analogy to use.
Because
I understand
being
they're
trans
kind of-
is having an incongruence with your sex, while being pedophilic is having a attraction mainly, and I'm saying mainly, sexual attraction to a child.
Yeah,
They're not the same in the fucking slightest.
I'm not comparing like the reality of what they are. I'm comparing the idea that if they aren't accepted as who they are, they will go into depression. So like,
yeah, we understand this. It's about harm reduction. It's that the best thing that we can possibly do for everyone is to reduce the harm by not, basically. So there's pedophilia is what's called a paraphilic disorder, and there are many that don't require any sort of treatment really because they're not really harming individuals as much as it like you don't. There's things such as one of the ones that's in the DSM-5, which I slightly disagree with it being categorized by this, but like any disorder that makes you feel uncomfortable because you have some sort of sexuality can be seen as a disorder. But it's not that we, you're not causing harm by having these desires necessarily. But we do know that, it is harmful for individuals to like children because children cannot consent. Which is a weird thing that you would bring up because I think we know how old Mary was, correct?
yeah, I'm a little confused. Like,
I if you say that pedophilia is wrong, how can God can Mary consent to having a kid at the age of 14? That's wild.
Well, I mean, I think you're just kind of like trying to pull up like a gotcha, but like,
I mean, it is kind of a gotcha that this is the person who you get your morals from, and they're doing something that you brought up as being bad. It is kind
yeah.
of
So I
shooting
mean,
yourself in the foot.
God isn't impregnating Mary through a sexual or physical act. So it's the virgin. It's the doctrine of the virgin birth. Do you understand that, or?
But do you think she could consent to being pregnant?
Yeah.
I think sex is a lot. The part of sex that requires consent most is that there is this risk of pregnancy to some degree, and that you're engaging in risky behaviors that can lead to things such as diseases, pregnancy, and there are issues which can cause, like especially with pregnancies, that can cause harm to individuals. And
So
and
you're
it wasn't
asking
that
if
God
he can-
asked. God just told Mary of his plan. I know this well enough to know that it wasn't hey, you wanna hold, do you want to
So you're saying that like you're saying that human consent laws do not you're saying like human consent laws are not just because of it's not because of the sexual act or the nature of the thing. It's only because of the pregnancy, and that if there was no pregnancy involved, then consent wouldn't be an actual thing.
Yeah.
That's what we said. It's also because of pregnancy, not only because of pregnancy.
Okay, so I mean, I don't think you understand the Catholic view whatsoever, but
I mean,
that's
if you want to put yourself on a pretzel, that's fine. I just think it's absurd.
well, you can say it's absurd. It's just like I don't understand how it would be absurd within my moral framework.
I don't think that a 14-year-old can understand what happens thoroughly through a pregnancy enough to be able to medically say that this is something that is fine, especially when it's not going to reduce harm to her in some sort and actually could potentially cause harm. It's not like we're trying to do something like in the case of like puberty blockers, where we know for a fact that they could prevent something such as gender dysphoria from getting worse. But instead, this is something that could actually harm Mary and or women in general, and that this is something that you need to be able to consent to without just being told and being forced on you.
So Mary being the Theotokos, the God bearer, harmed her?
It potentially could have, and Mary had no way of being able to understand and make it like a full conscientious choice, knowing that potential outcomes. It's far more reflective of the society that these stories were written in than an all-knowing God that would know that this is the case.
So you're saying God calling somebody on a special and unique mission to bear God, that would be harmful, I guess? She can't consent to that?
When they're
Yeah.
14.
Do you know how much a pregnancy does to a child?
How much a pregnancy does to a child? I mean, I'm not aware of the idea that every single person who is 14 years old that gets pregnant will die of their pregnancy. I think it's actually.
Well,
None of us claimed that.
Death is the worst thing. Death is the worst case scenario, but it can make her infertile. It can permanently damage her
Yeah, but
canal.
that risk happens with anything. That risk happens with anything, does it not?
Listen,
It
they
causes
can freaking die.
That risk
Is that not enough?
Wait, what was that, Cole?
They can actually unalive, and at much higher rates than adults would unalive from pregnancy. Is that not enough?
Wait, I'm sorry. So like,
So yes or no? Is that not enough for you?
so you're under the idea that
Yes or
God
no?
was-
Is that not
God
enough
was going to
for
allow
you?
Mary? No, because that risk comes with every pregnancy. Okay.
It's higher for children. It is higher. All the risks of pregnancy is higher for children because their body physically is not capable of handling that yet.
Yeah. So how do you know she wasn't physically capable of handling it?
Because she was a child. Our bodies as children are not developed enough for that. That's why we do it. That's why females females get pregnant, or should at least get pregnant when they're a bit older.
Females, what?
Yeah, females are the only
with
sex that I know
uterus.
can get pregnant.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
people with
like,
uterus.
that's right.
So
That's fair.
that's why I said female. Sorry if you didn't like that.
And we know
Nah.
that childbirth in the 18th century even was around 2.5% like death rate of you conceiving a child and dying. So like I don't think that you can roll a 1 in 40 chance, and like if a risk is 1 in 40 chance of dying, I don't think a 14-year-old can understand that, and I don't even think that people really understood that back then, that that's how risky it was, and be able to say, yeah, this is something I'm comfortable with. Especially when we know for a fact that a 14-year-old has a underdeveloped prefrontal cortex, which is what is responsible for executive functioning.
Yeah, can you repeat like the back of the end of that? Like,
What the part about the prefrontal cortex, that we know that people who are 14 have an underdeveloped prefrontal cortex, and that doesn't fully
Okay.
develop until they're like 25. Yeah, this
Yeah,
is
so I'm-
very well understood at this point.
Yeah, so I'm just
Actually,
gonna.
prefrontal cortex isn't developed till after 25 because the study that you're on about
They stopped
actually
looking
ran out
at
of funding
25,
'cause they were using, yeah, they were using the same group of kids every single year, and they ran out of funding when they hit 25. So that was the last year they did the study.
But we understand that at least up until 25, and I assume that
Yeah,
there is
until
some
at least
development
25,
tapering
yeah.
the older that somebody gets, which would make sense.
Yeah, and it can still go even longer after that.
Yeah, so I mean, I think the distinguishment here is just between the idea that it's a virgin birth and it's a virgin conception and not a one of like a sexual nature.
If I didn't ask,
So
somebody
there
and
was
told them
no, but can
that
I
they're
can
gonna
I
be
further
pregnant.
Can I ask you a question, Patrick?
Yeah, there was no risk of
There-
physical like trauma, violation, or bodily harm.
No, incorrect. Pregnancy causes lots of physical trauma. Also, my question for you, do you think consent only applies to sexual interactions?
No. What I'm trying to say is that the miraculous nature of the conception means that the normal biological processes with the risks of pain, suffering, and mortality do not apply the same way.
It applies because she was pregnant.
No,
Will you
you don't
answer my
understand.
Patrick?
you
Patrick,
understand
Patrick,
it. No. In my
Patrick,
Catholic,
Patrick, I asked you a question. You said I could ask you the question. So I'm going to ask it one more time for you, okay? Do you think that consent only applies to sexual interactions? Yes or no? Go ahead and unmute whenever.
No, not necessarily. However, Mary did consent. But can I please expungate on what I was saying? Because you kind of seemed like you were strawmanning the Catholic view, and no, we don't believe that. I mean, there was no risk.
Do you believe that consent is required for being pregnant?
Being pregnant? What do you mean consent for being pregnant? Like,
Do you think consent is required to be pregnant? Do you think there should be consent? Like, I don't know how else you want me to word that.
like consent to be pregnant? Yeah. Could Mary have consented to being pregnant? Yeah.
At 14, okay. I'm getting it now. Again, prefrontal cortex not developed enough to actually be able to think through these decisions fully. Just to be clear.
Yeah. Can I respond to your first claims like that way earlier that I wasn't able to respond to, or no?
Me or the host?
Or yeah, no, I just want to respond. So the entire thing about it being a miraculous conception, and that the idea that there would be some risk of physical violation, trauma, or bodily harm is completely wrong. So the miraculous nature of the conception means that the normal biological processes with the risks of pain, suffering, mortality do not apply in the same way. So.
I mean, that's God knew that, but Mary could not know that.
What?
God could know that for sure, but Mary couldn't, because God
Wait,
would be
wait.
all-knowing in this situation.
Question. So you think that God just protected her, Mary, from all of the complications of the pregnancy? To be clear, like I'm trying to understand.
It also brings up the idea of if you're a determinist, which would like kind of collapse the idea that Mary could consent, because that would be the idea that she had a choice in this matter at all. But if you're determinist about this, God knew that Mary could have never said no.
That part, but also like
Like
again,
Calvinism? You mean Calvinism? Like
No, determinism. So that means that like it's like you can have a determinist view, with when it comes down to an all-knowing, all-powerful God, it is generally conceived that they understand what's going to happen.
Oh, okay. So yeah, no, yeah. So the idea of Mary experiencing any pain or suffering in childbirth would have to be from the idea that she is sinless, not by her own nature, but by God. So.
But did God
Okay,
know?
so yes, you do believe that she was protected from all like pain and suffering and complications. You
Well,
do?
yeah, she was
Okay,
sinless
that's
because
all. Sorry.
yeah, it's kind of like the entire Catholic thing. So I mean, I that's why like Protestantism is kind of like retarded. But,
Let's not
let's
use slurs.
not use slurs, yes.
Do we kick him? Do we not?
We can.
I think you knew better.
Wait,
I was just trying to say something.
Let's not use the R slur.
Yeah.
All right. My bad. But yeah, going back to the prompts. I mean, I just want to ask this question, like last one more time. So even if I did accept transgenders for who they are or who they claim to be, I guess
Transgender people. We are people first and foremost. Call us people. Thank you.
Transgenders that are people. I would like to know, like, even if I did, it really doesn't matter because they're probably just gonna kill themselves. So like,
holy shit! You did not just say that.
Dude knows better.
Yeah, St. Patrick.
Drop him? Yeah.
Jesus.
No, I'm not dealing with that.
No, that's fair.
Go beyond fair, honestly.
I gave
What
2
the actual
chances.
fuck?
First, well, actually, no, I gave 4 chances because you had trying to defend necrophilia, trying to defend paedophilia, and it was like, I could dismiss those, even though it was a bit fucking weird to do that. Then the Arsler, and then just straight up trying to disregard the humanity of people purposely, and when specified that they're still people and humans, still tries to do it in a dehumanizing way just to be pedantic.
Right. I probably would have been 3 strikes that you're out, if not 2 strikes you're out, but I missed the first 2 on my errand. So,
Yeah, no,
indeed, after 4,
those 2 passed by, but that was the thing. That was 4 separate chances, and the fact that paedophilia and necrophilia, like, I get he was trying to get it at a fucking, what's it called? Not psychology. Philosophy, that's it. Jesus Christ. Tried to get it for a philosophical angle, so it was like, okay, I can kind of dismiss that. But
I cannot.
Arsler and then straight up trying to dehumanize us twice is just crazy.
for real, I find that when I do like hold my ground and try to correct people, and anytime they say transgenderism or transgenders or those transgenders or some shit like that, you know, anytime I do say something, it's immediate pretty much. Like their bigotry just spills out. If it's there, it's out.
I mean, Pom can tell you, I am not one to kick lightly. I usually wait for quite a bit of shit to be said beforehand.
You had more patience than I would have. Also, I've got to go for a few, but again, I don't know if you're going to end stream now or if you're going to keep going. Depends on if we get ops or not. But, oh, look, more slurs in the comments.
I know they use that to dehumanize us, but it's such a cringy slur. I don't take it as a slur.
Right?
Yeah,
And we talked about this the other day. I'm still going to take it as a slur, like, when it comes to modding, but other than that, like, it's just kind of funny to me.
I don't think many of us in the community see that as an actual slur. Though we still mod it, yes. I don't think many of us really see it as that.
Yeah, but that's because TikTok expects you to mod it. I think that's the only reason we even see it, is that TikTok expects it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's quite what it just kind of shows their true colors too when they start using what is seen as derogatory words. Like even if it's not necessarily derogatory, it can be seen that way. And like using the R word too, like that's seen and known to be derogatory at this point. and it's very clear to like I've spoken to many Catholic individuals who never say the R word, um, about things like that. Like it's just it's very clear that like when you don't have an understanding of mental health conditions and that kind of stuff, and transgender individuals as well, that these slurs will pop out, and it doesn't
Even
reflect
though
well on them.
even though I don't entirely like Catholicism, mainly because I'm around both Christianity and Catholicism in the Bible Belt, I don't believe that you are truly Catholic if you start using slurs. Mainly considering that even in Christianity and Catholicism, there is at least some form of respect the people, and just using slurs goes against that. Period.
I would like to bring attention to a Bible verse as well. Where's the NSRV? New Revised Standard Version. There's no longer Jew or Greek. There's no longer slave or free. There's no longer male and female. For all of you are one in Jesus Christ.
Hell yeah.
Like this is just pretty contradictory of the idea that there's only two things. It really just kind of reflects the idea that even the Bible
I mean,
that there's things that
not
say
being funny, the motherfucker tried to defend paedophilia by using trans people.
he tried to push it on us actually to defend, which is
And no.
yeah, this is I understand why it's brought up, but I think that you could bring up less extreme cases and it be just as valid. Oh.
Genuinely, I don't. Oh,
Hey, Salvage. They're from
Hello.
Savage.
I don't think I've
genuinely
ever.
still don't see why.
I don't think
Yeah,
I've ever got your
right,
pronouns,
Savage.
Savage. Are you he, him, they, them,
They, them.
she, her?
They, them.
Okay, thank you.
I prefer they them, but at this point anything works.
They is.
Okay.
They is a them.
Okay.
Is
Yeah, I
that
figured I would
because of-
ask because I don't know if I asked before, but until it gets ingrained in my mind, I'm going to keep asking.
Dr. Mag.
Can I identify as a problem?
I do.
I do.
Yeah, your pronouns are try/me.
Oh yeah.
Nah, my pronouns are the fuck is going on.
I will bite.
I bite.
You talking about?
Just not hard.
Not hard. Well, depending.
Unless if you ask. Hello, Dr. Magnificent. Do you disagree with the background?
Hello. How are y'all doing?
Doing well. How about yourself?
I'm great. To some extent, I do disagree with the background, saying it's not protection. Because in some way, I think it is protection.
Also, could I get your age real quick?
I'm 21.
Okay. So I think that
It's just because I'm sick. That's why my voice sounds like this. I'm sick.
Oh, I ask everybody, even if they sound like an old fart. I mean that in the best loving way.
Okay.
But like, yeah, no, like I will just ask everybody, just so I'm not
That's fine.
discriminating
You
and
never
like.
asked me, Stowski. So
Well,
rude.
I knew that you're on Pomegranate's panel, so I'm just taking Pomegranate's your thing. So I think that the policy, I think a lot of people will think that they're trying to bring protection for like females and stuff, but when you look at the data, it actually becomes really clear that there is no data to back up the idea that you're trying to protect female or women's spaces.
No,
And
but that's not what I mean about protection.
so then who are you trying
I mean
to protect?
the people who want to live a traditional lifestyle.
Okay.
The people who don't want to adapt into the ideas of the 21st century, come with it when it comes to women and males' roles in society. Those type of people. The people who don't want to believe that a person shouldn't believe in God or God is not real. I think that's the people I'm talking about protection. When people have families, they're creating this family unit, and for them to have their lineage continue, they need to protect that, because then the family name is just gonna go out in garbage.
How does a trans woman going into a bathroom interfere with you being able to live a traditional lifestyle?
No, I'm not saying my lifestyle, but I'm saying I don't want. If I'm going to a bathroom, I will not. I won't even say anything to the person, because the country we live in, everybody has equal rights. I won't even negotiate about the person, about what they are or what they think or believe in. But I would just leave the bathroom. I would say, this idea I do not agree with, so I will leave it. I won't sit here and say to you, you can't be what you want to be. I won't even sit here and lecture you about what you believe. But I'm just going to dissociate me and my family from it.
Okay.
I don't want anything to do with it.
So kind of like what the Amish do.
No, not the Amish.
The Amish just pull themselves away from the 21st.
No. That's not. I'm not the Amish. That's not what I
I'm not saying
mean.
you are. I'm not saying you're Amish. I'm saying that's what it kind of like what the Amish do in regards to pulling yourself or not associating with the times.
Not with the times per se. I'm not talking about the times like technology or like transport.
The times can mean many things. So I'm not just meaning technology or anything like that. I just said the Amish because what the Amish do is what you're talking about. They pull themselves away from certain things. That is why I brought them up. So you're that's what you're meaning, and you can do. You have every right to pull yourself away from what you disagree with. No one here is saying you don't have to do that, but we don't have to, and we don't need to put laws that force other people from being or doing what they need to do.
Okay, so if you say we don't need to put laws on people to stop them from doing what they want to do, should we legalize M word, like M action?
M what?
No,
I don't know if you're allowed to say the word.
Schmurder?
Unaliving people.
Yeah, no,
I said
that's
what they need to do, such as go to the restroom.
yes.
Not what they want.
No. Okay, let's be specific, because you said it in a very broad way, and I could bring up a lot of things that would destroy your point there. But if we are talking about bathrooms, and you say that everybody should be allowed to go into the bathroom they want to be in, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so should a 10-year-old girl be in the same bathroom as a 52-year-old male? I'm asking you.
Are you saying we should segregate bathrooms based on age?
I think that would be a good idea, actually, but I'm not forcing that idea.
Do you have any evidence that actually would say that trans women pose any sort of risk more than an average female, I guess cisgender female, in bathrooms?
I have seen with my own eyes them being aggressive, actually harassing. I was actually. You will not believe. I have to show stats, because that's what you would believe in. I have seen with my eyes the personal experience.
So
of
if
how
I
these
told you I saw a
behave.
purple magical unicorn that gave me $1 million, would you believe me?
I'm not saying all trans women are acting this way or trans men are acting this way. I'm just saying I have had one specific encounter with one person who was this. I'm not stereotyping, because that's unfair to do. So I'm not saying every trans person is like this.
Well, I asked
have
you
never even looked.
if you had like data regarding this, and like any
No,
reasonable person
I
would
don't
see
have.
data as being like widespread data, not just one example. Because we
No,
understand
I don't
that
think.
anecdotal
I don't
evidence
think
are
just
only
because
evidence
you're.
of anecdotes, not widespread data.
I don't think that just because you're trans, you're gonna be an aggressive person. I don't think that is what's the issue here. The issue is that there are people who believe in traditional ways. Okay, even in the 21st century, like me, who believe that a family is a man and a woman and their children, and they want their children to adapt this idea as well. Now, society has come in and allowed people to embrace themselves however they want to, which I'm not saying they aren't allowed to. But I'm saying society is now trying to make this the norm and destroy what their parents did and believe in, which is not fair. And that's just what I'm saying. Because if we're saying we should all embrace LGBT plus and transgender people, okay, but what about the traditional people?
So
What about
if
the people?
let's take a hypothetical of a
'Cause you-
different religion where you find out that they're forcing their kids to do something that is causing them severe harm mentally and will lead to bad outcomes. down
Wait,
the
what did
road.
you say? What I thought you said religion. What did you say?
Just this different religion that there's these individual that there's a religion that teaches their kids to do X, Y, or Z. It doesn't really matter. But that these traditional
Which religion? Which?
I'm just using the example.
No, please, please be precise because I know a lot about religion. So
I'm
just
just
say the
using this
religion.
as an analogy. I don't have an actual
No, because you
example of
can't.
this.
Because no.
Oh, okay,
so there isn't any religion who does this, or is that what you're saying?
Actually,
Or
your
can
religion
you
does
name
it.
the religion?
Your religion does it.
Which one?
Christianity or any traditional holding religions.
I'm not Christian. I'm not Christian.
So any viewpoint that has traditional values of against transgender people will actually cause harm to children. This is well understood.
Okay, but I'm not Christian. I don't believe in what the Bible says. I don't
Okay.
agree with the actions of anyone being hurt because of of how they feel. But I do agree with if you're behaving or doing something that has a bad impact on someone else, that's not okay. That's what all I'm saying.
So
I'm
if
saying
you
how
had
you feel. You are allowed to feel however you want to, okay? But how you act and how you present yourself and how you behave towards other people, it has to be correct. It has to be moral. You have to be a good person to other people.
And
That's
how
what
are
I'm
you
saying.
against that?
No, I'm not saying it's against that, but you have to respect other people.
And
so
so
if
you-
you so doctor,
I
if you
do.
had
I said I respect everybody.
if you had a kid
It
that
doesn't mean that I
identified as
have to
trans,
adapt the idea.
doctor, if you had a kid that identified as trans, your own kid, how would you treat them?
Yeah?
What would you do?
What do you mean, how would I treat them?
What would you do? Would you
I
affirm
would-
them? Would you teach
No,
them
no,
that this
no,
is
no,
something
no.
that you dislike?
No,
and that is
no.
wrong in some way?
Would you hear me? Would you hear my answer before you try and sell a point that you know me, and you know what I'm
I
gonna
don't know
say
yet.
before I've
That's why I
even
asked
said
the
it.
question.
Okay, can I answer it?
Yes.
Okay, if my child, give me an age. How, are they under 10, over 10? Are they?
We can say maybe 8 years old. They initially start and come out to you that they don't think that they're. Let's say it was a little girl, and they don't feel like a girl, and they think that they're actually a boy, and they felt this way for
Okay,
quite some years.
I would ask my child, why do you feel this way? And they would give me the answer. I would ask, what if you feel this way, what would you want to happen? Would you want to become a boy? And I'm going to ask them, and if they say yes, then I'm going to ask them, what do you think a boy is? How do you think a boy behaves? And they're going to give me their answer. And I'm going to say, okay, you are going to go and talk to someone someone who's an expert in human psychology, and you're going to talk to this person, and this person and you are going to have a conversation. And if you go out with this conversation still wanting to be what you want to be, I won't put any injections in you. I won't change the way you are. If you want to wear a piece of clothes and do such things, I don't agree with you. I'm your mother, and I'm going to be honest. But I'm not gonna harm you. I'm not gonna enforce something you don't want onto you, and I'm not gonna say you're a horrible child, because it's my child. I still love them. I'm just gonna say to them, mommy doesn't believe in that. Mommy's idea and morals don't align with such things. And I'm not gonna.
So here's
What?
the problem too: is that we have data that shows that family acceptance is the #1 determinator of the mental health outcomes of children, of transgender children.
Okay, but I would never accept it. So and I'm gonna make that clear to my child.
If you
And
never
if they're gonna
accept
grow
it,
up,
that this is
I
you
know,
acknowledging that
this
this
is-
is going to cause them harm, that you're you're okay with being the
Mentally,
number one predictor of causing harm within their child.
I'm not gonna cause them physical harm. I'm gonna cause them. If you're saying I'm gonna cause them mental harm for not saying yes, you are a boy. You're not how you were born as. Okay, then I'm causing them mental harm by denying their idea. I mean, children come up and say to you, "I want to be Spider-Man." That doesn't make them Spider-Man.
Well,
I
yeah,
mean,
but we know that Spider-Man doesn't
children say a
exist.
lot of things, and children usually don't get their ideas from themselves.
Yeah, but
So,
hold on. That I do want you to kind of deconstruct that idea real quick. We know for a fact that telling people about being transgender and that kind of stuff doesn't influence if they're going to be trans or not. This is going to be something that's already wired in their brain from a young age. It is part of who they are as an individual and is developed as an individual. There's further evidence to suggest that there is some genetic nature to this as well. Showing that this is who they are as an individual, not just how they feel. Even if it was just how they would feel, it's still just as valid. And I just think it's a little scary to me that there's people out here that you seemingly are fine with causing your kid mental health issues that we know are harmful for individuals. This will lead them
okay,
to
wait.
down a road of having higher risk of abusing substances, of engaging in risky sexual behaviors, and much
That
more.
type of idea would have never come to me because I don't believe in having intercourse before marriage. I don't believe in drinking alcohol. I don't believe in this. I think anything that harms your body or your soul or your mental state is bad for you. So that's
So
why I'm
then,
making it clear to my child that I believe that what you're doing is harmful to your mental. Okay, if they think otherwise, they are more than allowed to think so. I have responsibility of them until they're at the age of 18. I have to take care of them. I have to feed them. I have to take them to school. Okay, but when they turn 18, the world is open to them. They can go. Just remember, mommy doesn't agree with anything that you are promoting, that you believe of yourself.
well, but we know that so in a study from 2010, they looked at 245 lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender LGBT young adults, and it looked they were looking for any sort of link between adolescence and the health outcomes in young or family acceptance and the health outcomes.
I know this. A lot of people don't accept that their child might be gay.
But here's the
But
thing:
you can't sit here.
acceptance.
But you can't.
The acceptance
Acceptance,
alone
yes. A lot of people
was
don't
the sole
accept it.
determinant was the most important thing in
Yeah.
terms of having lower rates of substance abuse over the last 5 years,
Okay,
risky
I
sexual
understand
behavior
this.
over the last 6 months,
I
and suicidal
understand.
thoughts
I
and lifetime
understand.
suicidal attempts. So
I understand this.
but if you understand that this
But
is
listen,
data,
I listen. I'm not gonna risk my personal moral belief just because you say that this will impact my child if I don't accept them.
so
I'm
just
okay
think,
with
just
it.
because you think one way, we should reject the data that says that you're putting a child at risk of this harm.
No. You can take the data and you can believe the data and you can. I'm not saying the data is wrong. I'm not saying that doesn't impact the child. I'm not saying that can make the child do something that's bad for them and will impact them in the future. But it doesn't change that I have to change what I believe in.
Doctor, I have a question.
Okay, let's say I just want
I have a question.
No, but I just want to finish his question and I will answer your question.
Okay.
So I don't. It's like me. If let's say you're Jewish, and you come into a Christian society, do you have to become Christian, or can you believe still what you want to believe?
You can believe
Answer.
what you
Do
want
this
to.
person have to be?
But
Do
just
this person
but
have
this is
to
almost a
become Christian?
non-analogous because you just being Jewish isn't causing others harm. That is the problem here. Is that by rejecting your kid,
A
you
lot
are
of
going to
people.
cause them harm or put them at risk of harm. And I think that's actually very
World War II said something else. Actual events say something else.
so
You
yeah,
being
we
Jewish
have evidence of this
was
though.
well,
So
this,
yeah,
what happened?
it wasn't people being
What
Jewish
happened?
that put them at risk. It was a bunch of idiots
It,
who had National Socialist ideas who wanted to exterminate them because it was useful for the propaganda. It's as simple
Okay,
as that.
so if you lived in 1941 and you were a Jewish person, were you more likely to be unalive? Yes or no?
You were more likely, but it was also if you were trans
So
or disabled. The
no,
first
no, no, no,
people
no. Yeah,
who
okay,
suffered
I
during the
understand that.
Holocaust were the
I know,
disabled, and
I
then
know,
transgender and
I know.
Jewish individuals. So
And I'm
you're
I'm
giving
not
us a
saying
good
that's a good
example of
thing.
why we really should actually protect these people, because they're going to be some of the first people who are targeted in any sort of
That's
situation.
fine. That's fine. You can protect them. I won't. I won't be a part of it.
Well,
You
you
people
are
are
part
allowed
of
to
the
do what they want.
problem. So we
Wait,
should
why?
take your
So me
children
not.
away from you at
So
that point.
oh, so you want to take children away from a mother? That's what you're saying.
If
So
do you think
so
that
now
if you're putting your kids at risk of harmful behavior, of harmful things happening to them, that you should be able to keep your kids?
okay, then let me give you this answer. If my 16-year-old daughter were to tell me, "Mommy, I have what you call an eating disorder," should I tell her not to continue not eating? Should I say this to her?
No, because
Don't
we
eat
know for a
anything
fact
anymore,
that
honey.
not eating causes harm. But we do know that
Exactly.
rejecting your
So
child's
I won't.
gender causes
Well,
harm.
I reject her idea. I'm allowed to reject the other idea. Just because you say this idea, let me ask you something. Do you believe in God?
No, I'm agnostic atheist. I think that
Okay,
the idea
then.
of God is kind of
Well,
gibberish.
no, wait, no. Are you agnostic or you're atheist? Pick one.
I'll just hold the affirmative that I do not think that a God can exist. I think that there's issues in the idea that a mind can create
Okay,
the
that's
universe.
no. That's fine. I will now answer her question. Well, oh, she's. Are you there?
Yes. Also, I'm a guy. I may not sound it, but I am.
What?
I'm a guy. But my question is, so are you going to tell your child that you specifically don't support them? Because the thing is, you can have your belief and still support your child. Because my father, okay, I have a sibling. This sibling is non-binary.
But wait, no, when you say
My
I am a guy,
Yeah,
wait,
I'm
let me just clarify. You're trans what? Man, woman.
What do you think?
You transitioned to become. You said you were a guy, so you transitioned to become a man.
I am trans, if that's what you're asking. Yes.
Okay, so if I don't know,
But my
thank you.
question
But wait,
is,
what were you
I
born
had a
as?
question. Can I please answer the? Can I please answer?
Yes.
Okay, so my father says he supports me. Okay, he says this, but he doesn't call me by my name. He doesn't call me by my pronouns. He doesn't respect that. That hurts me, and it's why me and him don't get along.
So would you
Do you want a relationship with your child where you don't get along with them? Because the thing is, I believe that you can be supportive of your child and still hold to your belief.
So I'm gonna say one thing. Depends. I don't know. You're saying this about your father and the fact. So would you not rather want him to be more honest with you?
I would. Him
would
saying
you not-
he's supportive yet actually not respecting me. That's not
That's
being
hypocritical.
honest.
He's being a hypocrite then.
Well, he is always a hypocrite. What do you mean?
Okay, but at least you acknowledge it. So then.
Well, yes, me and my dad don't get along.
I
in
won't be a
this-
hypocrite. I won't be a hypocrite. That's what I'm saying. You.
Yeah, but that's still going to hurt them. Do
I
you
understand.
not? My question mainly is, do you want to strain that relationship with your child? Because as I said, you can still be supportive and hold to your beliefs. The main thing you need to do, at least in my opinion, as someone who does want to be a parent and who learned from their own mother, the main thing you should do for your child is respect them with the basic respect that a child deserves.
Okay, so I understand that, and I will have a relationship with my child when they need my support. under the age of 18, I have a legal obligatory support. I have to support my child. They have this right as being born. Okay, I won't support them saying this like you are saying I'm whatever. No, I won't support that idea for my child. And the same way I would not, if the guy on here, he says he's agnostic atheist. If my child said that to me, I would not support them either. And listen, because you don't understand, I'm being very
You're
clear.
not understanding.
I won't. Listen, you're asking me about relation. I won't
I never
have
asked
a relationship with them.
So
I will
you
cut them
won't-
off.
Oh, okay. So
Clear.
yes, a bad parent then.
You can call me that if you want. I'm not gonna have a child who's atheist, who's this, who's that. No.
Well,
That is
you don't get to choose
You are
that.
literally
No,
and
This
the child
isn't
gets to
your
choose
choice.
that.
This
To cut
is
you off as well.
your
The
your
child
kid
gets
is
to
their
decide
own
I wouldn't
individual.
have a relationship. I won't
The
have a
child
relationship
gets to
then.
also decide this as well. So, such as the child, if you ever need help, the child could basically say "fuck you."
That's
So
fine.
this is crazy to
I'm
me
not
that
taking away their right.
you're like,
You're
oh,
saying
I'm
that
not
okay.
taking away their human right. They can choose whether or not they want to call me.
Cole,
Like I can choose whether or not I want to call them.
hold on, Cole. She has acknowledged that it causes harm. She does not care.
And not
She
physical
does not
harm.
care.
Mental harm. Mental.
Well,
No,
what
I
is
don't care if
men-
it causes.
even this can cause physical harm to your child, because
Why?
you having not a relationship with them can cause SH. It can cause
SH. Wait, no. How can me not having a relationship with my child cause SH? I'm not
because
the one doing
their
it.
parent pushing them away just because they're different can make them physically, mentally think, or physically think that they are the problem and that they should be hurt for being the problem. That has been
No, I don't think
shown.
they should be hurt. I think
That is what they're going to think if their parent pushes them away because that is who they
that's
are.
not my fault. That's society's
So,
fault.
Dr. Magnificent, hold
No.
on, Doctor. I might be able
Yeah.
to think that I can drink a bunch of beers, get behind the wheel of a car, and not hurt anybody. And if I do hurt
Again, I
somebody,
don't
I
think
can
you
say,
should drink.
"Oops, it wasn't my fault," because
I don't think you should drink. It is your fault. It is your fault.
Oh, exactly. So
It is your
likewise,
fault.
you know why it is my fault? Is because I would be negligent.
So whatever. If
What you are doing is being
someone
negligent of your
unalive-
child's health.
listen, this is how society works. Okay. Welcome to the reality that we are living in. Not everyone is tolerant of everything. Not everyone accepts everything. Not everyone wants this Western idea.
I'm not tolerant
in such
of
a
mothers
thing.
who would put their children at risk of substance abuse, risky sexual behavior,
I would
suicidal
never.
ideas,
I'm actually got-
and suicide
no,
attempts. Because what you are pushing
the first
is exactly
one.
that.
No,
you are
no, I
pushing
will
the
let you
idea
sit here and
that
lie.
it is
No,
fine
I'm not.
to hurt your kids.
No,
You not
it's
like
bad.
it, but that's what you are pushing.
Sorry, I could not handle the over talking.
Yeah, no,
No, you're
I'm
fine.
used to it because I couldn't take it
But
either.
also, doctor, that is what you're pushing because you basically said, "Oh, how is me doing this? It's not my fault." It is because it has been shown that parental neglect and then parents disowning their children causes. I am talking causes mental distress that will lead to schmuicide, that will lead to self.
I'm not neglecting, and they can come back.
I am not done talking. The bad word that will lead them to extremely dangerous paths. This happens by parental neglect, parental shit. I can't English today.
Define parental neglect.
Not just parental negligence.
Define it.
Literally pushing your kid away because because they're different and because they don't fit your views literally can cause them to unalive. That is your fault. You did that because you did not
Define parental
respect
neglect.
your child at all.
Define
You
the
did not
word.
give basic respect to that
Define the
fucking
word.
child.
No. I'm saying under the age of 18. I will give them respect. Over the age of 18, they're legal. It's not my issue. It's theirs.
Young adults have this too, and it will still.
That's fine. You
your
can go.
fault.
You can drive at 16.
That is
You can go
still
to college
be your
at
fault.
18.
That would
I will
still
take
be your
it. I will take it, and God will judge me for whatever wrong.
Oh my god! Didn't she just say this is not what she's pushing?
Yeah.
Family acceptance in I don't know.
I literally can't.
Hold on,
No,
can I
I'm
for all
you
this?
guys. I don't think you're understanding. I'm saying you don't care about my point. I'm being very honest. I have not said one lie to you. I just said what I believe and what I think. And you guys have asked me questions, and I have answered them very clearly. I don't want my child to go through any harm, but me accepting what they are and going along with their idea, going against my own morals, is not good for me either. It's not good for my mental state
Yeah,
to
but
sit here and
see,
lie to an individual I care about. It's like her father being a hypocrite. I won't be a hypocrite.
Yeah, but
I
see,
won't.
what you're saying there is,
She knows
I
her
think
father is a hypocrite, and she's accepting it.
So I'm just gonna just show you the evidence right now too.
Real quick. I don't accept it, considering I fight with my father pretty fucking often.
So him saying he supports you, and then you still have a bad relationship. So
He doesn't support me though, in the fact that he does not
said he
respect me.
he said he
Which
did.
is why me and him fight.
But he said he did.
Just because he said he did, what he says and his actions
So does
don't
he also
align.
have? So does he also have to go become this to support you? Is that what you're saying?
If he says he supports me and actively doesn't, that is hypocritical.
Okay, but you don't support what he believes in either. So
I don't support
we can't
alcoholism. No, I don't support alcoholism.
I don't either.
Yeah, he actively committed abuse on it. Of course, I'm not going to support that.
So the
I
conclusions
don't either. I
of
don't think it's good for you to drink.
so the conclusion of the study said that the family acceptance of LGBT adolescents is associated with positive young adult mental and physical health. Interventions that promote parental and caregiver acceptance of LGBT adolescents are needed to help or needed to reduce health disparities. It would be you being a negligent parent to not go after doing what's best for your kid.
Okay, wait. Can I just ask a simple question?
Yes.
Are these studies done on people under the age of 18?
Yes.
Is this study under the age of 18?
This is family acceptance of LGBT adolescents. So this is gonna be.
Okay, but when you do a study, we have to know who the study was made on. So are these people under 18?
We just answered that. Yes.
21 to 25. I don't
21
care.
to 25.
They're 20 adults.
No, no offense. I'm gonna continue to mute until I can actually speak.
But
because I think
it talked about how often do your parents and caregivers talk openly about sexual orientation. This is talking about their families and stuff. And we do have information about this that goes on to kids too.
So can I just understand the study? So they made a study about children who had become a part of this community and their parents did not support it.
Yes, and it
And
leads
the
to
study
worse
was done on
outcomes.
how their children responded to their families.
So they looked at the data of the responses of people who were affirmed by their families and people who were rejected by their families. What they saw is the affirmation, even versus being neutral, leads to better health outcomes, physical, mental, and more.
Okay, I understand.
not just that. Also, the way you're saying this, Dr. Magnificent, and that is you're coming across as I would support my child so that it doesn't cause them harm, but I wouldn't support what they are, which would cause
That
them
wasn't
to
what I
have-
said.
You
You did not listen to me 1 second. I said I would not support my child if what they are supporting or what they are wanting to do goes against what I support within myself, what I believe. So I would not support something I don't believe in.
What
Meaning,
happens
if my child were to do something I don't believe in, I would not support them. Like if my child was to become an M person who unalive people, I would not support my child anymore. That's not my child.
Yeah, that's a reasonable outcome, but what's not reasonable is putting your own beliefs above what we know will hurt children. If your beliefs cause your children to be harmed, I think you're just a despicable person. Especially if you know that.
No, no, no,
And
no.
I've shown,
I'm not
I'm
harming
providing
them.
you evidence that shows that this is what would happen.
So
So
did
if
they
you
hit?
ever have a
They
kid
did
that's
hit their
trans,
child.
I can call you a piece of shit and not feel bad about it because I gave you the evidence. You looked the other way. You did not engage. You instead stayed in your own headspace and decided, no, I'm right about this. This is uncomfortable for me. But this, your own mental, what you think is not important when it comes out to the outcomes of other people's lives. These are your own
Okay,
children you're
wait.
talking about, and it blows me away that we have to tell people to not treat their kids poorly and to do things that
I
are the
don't. I
best
won't
things
treat
for
my
their
child
kids.
poorly.
Well, you
I won't treat
would.
them. No, I wouldn't. Even if they had siblings. Let's say I had 3 children. Okay, one word to come and say to me, "I am this trans." Let's say, okay,
People with
and they
low
have children.
acceptance
I would
were
not.
almost twice
I
as
would
likely
not
to attempt
treat
suicide
them.
within their
Can
lifetime.
I speak? I would not treat them any differently from their sibling. But when they are the age of 18 and still think this of themselves, I would tell my child openly and honestly, I cannot support you anymore, both financially and mentally. You are on your own. I will not support your idea.
Would you
Goodbye.
affirm them during childhood?
Of course. I would say to them, this is what mommy believes in. You know what mommy believes in. And mommy doesn't hate you for
Well,
believing in anything
that's
you
not
want to
affirming
believe in.
them.
I'm saying to them, you can believe whatever you want to believe, but that doesn't mean that people think differently in this world. Understand? We don't
So
all agree with
I
each
would
other.
put that
There are
under low
liberals, there are
acceptance.
Republicans.
So you
There are
don't want to
liberals, there are
reduce.
Republicans. We all believe differently.
So you want your kid to have lower self-esteem, lower social support, worse general health, and higher levels of depressions, higher rates of substance
I don't want
abuse.
that for them.
Low.
But if that's what they're
Okay.
gonna become from that study, if that's what they're gonna become, if I don't accept them, I'm fine with the outcome. I won't accept them either way.
Oh, that's just
Because when
crazy.
they're over the no, it said they were 21. If a 21-year-old wants to do something that I don't agree with, I won't support them. Just like if you're 21 years old and you go and drive while you're drunk, I won't support you doing that. I won't support it. And you can
Listen.
change my acceptance.
Real quick, this is not going to be nice, so brace yourself. If you are
We
okay
are-
with the outcome of your child unaliving themselves directly due to your lack of acceptance of who they are, you are a piece of shit and you should never be a parent.
So do you have any evidence of this is gonna happen?
We literally gave it to you. Where
No,
have you
my
been?
child, my child. Do you know me personally before you come and attack me? Do you know anything about my
I
life?
know enough to say what I
No.
just fucking said. I will not
This,
have to repeat
this is the argument. You're talking from emotions. You're talking.
No, I was raised.
Don't get me wrong. Very
Literally,
sensitive.
let's mute.
Exactly.
Let's mute her up while I share this, because trans voices are more important than cis voices in this conversation. So, I was raised by parents that not only didn't accept who I was, but they made it so that I could not be who I was. Down the line, that's causing me to need to get surgery. They wisened the fuck up and are now like accepting parents who use my name, my pronouns, all that good stuff. But if they weren't, they wouldn't be a part of my life anymore, because that's a piece of shit move. And when it was happening to me as I was an adolescent growing into an adult, it was god awful. So I do know enough about you to say that you are a piece of shit and should never be a parent. I do know enough.
Okay. So can I just ask one simple question? Because you
Depends on
said
what
that.
it is.
So you said your parents did not accept you in the beginning, and this affected you, but then later on they accepted you. Okay. This you talking about this effect. This effect you're saying is not my problem. The world is bad
your
enough.
kids.
People are starving. People are starving
Oh,
in this
we're
world.
not gonna
That's not
play
my
that
fault.
game. We're not gonna play oppression on
That's not my
bitch.
fault. That's not my
Honestly,
fault.
at this point, if you think that we're ignoring all of the problems just because we're speaking about one, you can't understand what we're talking about. Like,
Hey,
I don't understand why
Dr.
we're even trying.
Magnificent, what's happening in Congo and Sudan? Would you like to explain to us what's happening in Congo and Sudan in great detail? or do you not know, in fact,
Genocide.
what's going on?
Genocide.
By who and against who?
How much detail you got?
So
Yeah, I didn't think that you would be able to
I will go on
own up to
Sudan.
that.
The Muslims and the Christians in Sudan are being unalived right now by military forces. Okay? You can even go on Google Earth and see the blood that is on the ground. Have you not seen the video about the Muslim boy reciting Quran while a man had a gun to his head?
Yeah, I
know what's
understand what's
going on.
happening there.
Free Congo,
It's not
free
just
Sudan.
Christians. It's actually
terrible.
just all non-Arabs. That's who's getting
So
massacred.
this is the issue, and you're pointing the finger against the Arabs now, because that's why the Western media won't even. Do you know this
No,
didn't
it would
happen this
be.
year?
It's RSF who
Sudan
are.
did not happen this year, but it
It,
didn't happen this year. You do know this.
no,
It didn't
it's
start this
continuing
year.
on. Oh yeah, no. What's happening in Sudan and Congo has been going on for a very long time. Unfortunately, it's a complex
Exactly.
thing that happens with a bunch of armed
So
groups
why?
that have been going on.
So why are the medias first talking about it now? That means
Because
your
the
medias are
media's.
completely wrong.
Well, I was aware of this years ago, but
Okay, but
you
the
know,
media
it's
medias didn't seem to.
yeah, I can say that the media is kind of shitty at a lot of things. This is
Yeah.
not against my worldview. In fact, it's actually kind of frustrating that the media doesn't push this information to the masses.
Okay, and I would just like to say the first time they ever covered it, they wanted to make it about the UAE and how the UAE are funding them. But who is funding the UAE? Who is funding the UAE? Can anybody tell me this?
They probably get money from a
Who?
number of countries.
Okay, but who mostly funds the UAE?
The UAE is funded by its oil and gas wealth. Plot
Why?
twist.
No. But who buys it?
I don't know. It doesn't matter who buys it. In terms of the fact that this is how they've been funded for a very long time.
I do know the
That's not even how it started, but you know,
Quite
if that's what.
literally everyone. Because they're the
What?
most wealthiest country when it comes to oil.
There you go. Google now. You have a computer right in front of you. Google which country in this world has the most oil underground or above ground. Both. Google it.
It would actually be Venezuela, but they don't have access to it. Saudi Arabia is close behind.
Wrong. The Arabs have been good at taking the oil out with help of a lot of foreign countries.
I mean, we're kind of
talking
closing
about
in
the
on
oil.
Venezuela, just not necessarily like on topic.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we got off topic.
Okay, but yeah, like we clearly care about these other things too. We're just focused
not
on
saying
one
you
issue
don't.
at a time.
Yeah.
Because
I
this
understand
is
that.
an issue that affects
Exactly.
my friends and their friends and just also
Yeah.
other people in the world, and it's something I know enough about to try to cause people to change their mind about this, because it is actually a bad thing for people to harm children. I don't think that's a hot
Okay.
take in any way.
Okay. So let's say there are people who don't have any children, but still won't agree with your ideas, and aren't doing anything to stop your idea or support your idea. Would you?
So having conversations in your daily lives.
I got interrupted by someone, but
Okay.
then people who you say you support this idea. That's fine. You can support whatever you want. You can spread the word whatever you want to spread the word with. But you do understand that not everybody is going to agree with you, and I am glad you acknowledge this. And you said that you want to try and change people's minds. That's fine. You can do that. But if there are people who are not willing to change their mind, but are not stopping your cause or supporting your cause, or just in the middle living their own life, why can't they be left alone?
If they're genuinely not having any conversation at all, period, point blank, at the end of the day about the trans community, then we don't have a problem with them. But the facts are that most of y'all are having conversations with your friends about this, and your friends are
I'm
talking
not.
to their friends, and so on and so forth.
I'm
And
not.
that rhetoric is harmful to our community because we're being politicized and we're
Okay,
losing
so
rights.
It also,
so
I
you're
do
saying
care a
having
little bit
private
too.
conversations.
I only care
You
about
saying
people
that?
who are in a vacuum, don't communicate with anybody else, who don't vote in elections, that kind of stuff. Because at the end of the day, it is even the informed people who will.
Well, that's uninformed people that you're talking about right there.
Well, I would consider you
That's
uninformed
uninformed.
because I don't think that you knew that how harmful these ideas were. I don't genuinely think that you did.
I have heard people even say that they got kicked out of their home for being this. So I
Yeah,
do know this is an issue, okay?
but
But I'm not gonna sit
you
here and
don't
say
seem
anything
to
to the
care
parents because
enough
it's their
to
right.
protect your own children. So why do you think that we
I
that
do
we
protect
think
my
that you?
children, but I don't have to agree with everything they do. Because
But
if you're saying I have to agree with everything my child is doing, so if my child were to take drugs, should I agree with this? No. So you can have a moral high stand
Is taking drugs
and
a
believe.
choice?
Yeah, it is.
Is being trans a choice?
Yes, it is.
Oh, there's your century breaker. That's
No,
extremely
that's
harmful
my
and
issue. You
not
don't
true.
even think this is a choice. You think people are born this way. I don't.
Yeah, Lady Gaga
I
says that
don't.
they're
You
born
just
this way.
disagree with science, honestly.
Doctor, how is
Science
how
is
is it
biology.
how is it a choice?
Biology, male, female.
Okay,
Okay,
so
man
hold
and
on,
woman
hold on.
isn't male or female.
So why do most medical organizations or actually all major
You
medical
know, I don't even care
organizations?
about science because it's run by atheist people.
Yeah,
Don't talk
I
to me
too
about
would
science.
go away the moment that science starts absolutely shit stomping your head on a curb. Like it is it's quite bad looking for you because the science is quite
Well,
actually
scientists made
against
a
what
whole
you say.
ideology. Well, science made a whole ideology and a whole reason behind why my skin color is bad. So,
What?
so I think
No.
everything. I'm black. Science.
Are you talking
Since
about
back in
phrenology?
the day, made a whole idea and made a whole concept.
Can you answer
of
my
why
question?
bi-
Are you talking about phrenology?
No.
Okay, well, regardless, we have parsed through what sources have good methodology and are actually accurate information to get feedback from and inform our decisions
so
from, and which
can I-
ones aren't.
Okay, so when you say science, what is it that you would classify as science?
Go
Name
ahead.
one thing from science.
One thing?
One thing?
A concept. Anything. Name.
The what is it? Special relativity and general relativity. Both were discovered by Albert Einstein and have been further improved using the scientific methods. Both have piles of empirical evidence, and both have contributed, at least in some ways, to our societies being better. Like
Yeah, and
GPS
science is
relies
literally
on special
Okay, do you know
relativity
that Albert
working.
Einstein actually stole most of his ideas?
What?
You know this?
That could be true. Nonetheless, science is literally just the methodology that led
He
to
did,
these
from the Arabs.
discoveries. Therefore, it's repeatable by literally anybody. Moving on.
I mean, there's a lot stolen from a lot of people. Like, I mean, we can all agree that we all use Arab numerals in today's society, and that's great. Arab numerals work perfectly fine. Okay.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, I understand what Arab
We
numerals are.
even
and I think it's really
our phone
funny
use something
when
the
people
Arabs
don't know what they
invented.
are.
Arabs invented no, not even. It's not even Arabs. It's Muslims. The first woman, a Muslim woman created university. That's why Americans have a cap and gown on their head, because that was how the Muslim scholars back in the day dressed. You do understand this?
Yes, I
These
understand that a
people
lot comes from other
these
parts of the
people
world.
believed in God and still created something great. So that's why I would rather take insight from someone who actually believes in a creator.
Well, they also
of
believe
themselves
that
and
in a
of the
prophet
universe.
who married a 9-year-old, so...
Okay, so if you're gonna be disrespectful to someone's religion, you
it's
have
not
to.
disrespectful. Did I state anything
It's
but a
facts.
fact?
Okay, but you're
How
saying
old was
like
Aisha
it wasn't.
when Muhammad consummated the marriage with her? She was 9. How old was he when he married her?
Okay,
6.
who said this? Who said
This
this?
is the hadiths.
Aisha, Muhammad, peace be upon him, and Aisha did not say this. It wasn't said by them.
So then how old was
Neither
Aisha?
one of them told their age. And you Google the Arab, how they counted
How
the age
old
back
was
then.
Aisha when Muhammad
How did they
married?
count age back in their days? How did they count age? First of all, that's important.
Age is
And you're
according to
saying like
primary
it was
Islamic sources. 6 years old when the marriage contract was made. 9-year-olds when the marriage was consummated after migration to Medina.
yeah.
Oh.
So she got engaged at 6 and married at 9.
And you
Okay.
don't think that's fucking crazy?
Google. Not for the time. Back in the days. Now a 9-year-old married
Do
9-year-old.
you think that
is
something
not
is
normal.
wrong just in the time, or is it wrong always?
I'm
Because
not
I would
gonna
hold to
sit
moral
here.
objectives, not subjective morals.
No, you cannot. You can't come and sit here and talk about morals.
Oh, I can though. I can
'Cause
ground them. I can
No.
use
Do you believe in
Alan
God?
Morris Universal.
Just
No.
answer me. Are you an atheist?
Yeah, I think the idea of a god is gibberish in a lot of ways. The
Okay,
idea that
so
a
I won't take a moral advice from someone who won't even acknowledge the creator who created the heavens and the earth and the universe and you and the air you breathe. I won't take advice from someone like that because that's a bad person. in
Then
my
why
eyes.
are you here?
You can't.
yeah,
be-
why are you here? Why don't you
What?
just get lost at this point?
I'll actually drop off since everybody here can't even have a common
That would be like the
conversation
first smart
without
thing
getting
you
emotional.
said if you do that. I would actually have some respect for you if you did.
I am emotionally entertained by you.
Happily. And she said to us what? And if you're born as what you are, meaning the girl in the bottom, you are what. If you said you were transitioning to a woman, you're actually a male, honey. Or if you said you were transitioning to a male,
I love how you
trans
can't even
women
remember.
are
You can't even
men.
tell.
I can
Trans
remember.
men are men?
No, trans men are women.
Oh,
look at
nice
my
to know what you
baby!
think. Not that it matters to us.
Look at the baby. By the way,
But
doctor.
reality doesn't matter.
By the way, doctor, question. I believe in gods. What does that make me?
A polytheist.
A rare Nova request. Hi, Nova.
Well,
A poly-
I am
a
Celtic.
polytheist.
I'm
A
Celtic.
polytheist.
I'm Celtic.
I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
So Celtic technically is an ethnicity / religion. It's an Irish / Scottish thing. We believe in mainly the earth and the elements.
So the Nordic gods.
No. Irish and Scottish.
That's Irish and Scottish, as far as I'm concerned, used to at some point believe the same thing as the Scandinavians, the Vikings.
We did not have. Okay, the Norse and the Celts are different, very different.
Okay, I won't even say anything about that because I'm not informed on that topic.
Also,
So go ahead.
Stotsky, thank you for adding my baby.
Oh yeah, Palm. I found out today that I'm part Scottish.
Join the club. But I just wanted to ask, because he kept going on religion. I mean, I believe in a God, but that doesn't mean.
You said you believe in a lot of gods. So you don't believe
Well,
in
yes,
a god.
we believe in more than one gods. More than one god. Mainly, our gods have to do with the seasons and the elements and the earth.
That's dumb, but okay.
How is believing in Mother Earth?
Why would God need multiple beings?
So for one, our gods did not create humans. The one who did create humans would be the earth.
Okay, just answer me this. Do you believe it? So is the earth a god to you?
The earth
Is the earth a god to you?
The earth is the creator of everything.
No. Because the earth didn't always exist. You don't believe in Big Bang?
I do, actually.
Okay, so the earth wasn't always around.
The earth was created, and then the earth
Exactly.
created
Who
us.
created the earth? Who created the earth?
Who created? Well,
Because as far as I'm concerned, you just said
it's
your
a
God.
cluster. What? So I
Gravity
said
created the Earth.
considering the Big Bang, it was a cluster of things.
Yeah, it's
No,
called
no, no, no.
gravity.
Who created the who?
It's
Okay,
called
let me ask you
gravity.
then. This.
So the
Can
way that the Earth
no.
formed was a bunch of particles kind of grew. Do you know what gravity is? It's mass causing warpature in space time, and
I
causing
know
it to
what
curve.
gravity is.
Oh, okay. So we can go through it. It's gravity that created the Earth.
Okay, so I have a question for you. Can nothing come from something?
That's the fun part. I don't
Can
actually. You
nothing
believe that nothing comes from
can
something.
0 become 1? Let me add. Can 0 become 1?
No, but I actually don't believe that nothing comes from
Okay,
something.
so
You do
hello,
find the
keep
fun and twist of
proven
events.
wrong.
Let the host speak. The irony is hilarious.
Yeah, the irony is
Oh.
that you believe of nothing coming from something, or something coming from nothing, but I don't. I believe in that there's many different explanations of what happened before the Big Bang.
You
Yes.
got it wrong. What I just said.
Yeah. So
No.
where did God come from?
So okay, this is the
Yeah,
train
yeah.
we're-
That's
we're
what I
going
thought.
on.
It's
No, I will
God
answer.
came from
You want me
nothing.
to answer? I will give you an answer.
Yeah. Where did your God come from?
Okay, so if you're saying this, where did God come from? Then you're gonna say, okay, who created God? And you're gonna say, okay, God created. There has to be an end result. Like in math, there's an end result.
You don't believe in an infinite regress, is what you're saying.
I don't believe that anything can come like continue. I believe that there is a start and there's an end to something.
Oh, well, I think that that's kind of a crazy view to actually take, because what we do see is that we know that one of the first one of the things
Well,
that we know
why is
about
that a crazy
matter.
view?
Well, so why it's
Life
crazy
ends.
is because we have evidence that things can't just be created from nothing. We have this thing called the conservation of energy and mass, where energy can only matter can't be created or destroyed.
No.
It can only change forms.
God,
So under using this
God,
this theory, that the universe must have been eternal.
Your
or had
theory
something
cannot
beforehand.
work when it comes to the concept of God, because you can't say who created God. Did God create God? No. So God created everything. So there is only one creator, God. God created everything. God started everything. God created human life. Okay?
You're just presupposing that God is.
No.
is a thing.
I'm not presupposing. I'm 110,000% sure.
You just
I'm stating here for a fact that God exists, that God is real, and that God created everything. Everything.
Everything has to have a cause, right?
Of course.
So what caused
What do
God?
you think about God? For real?
God had the cause to create the human life. God had
No,
the cross.
but you're not answering
Hold
the
on.
question.
I got
What,
this, Cole.
who or what created God? Okay.
So
Nothing.
is God outside of
God
time?
wasn't created by anything.
Is your God outside of time?
God created everything but doesn't have a creator, because God is the creator.
Is
Get
God
this.
outside of time?
What do you mean outside of time? Be precise.
Does God exist outside of time? Is he
Human time?
Yes. I mean time
By
is,
this hour time?
yes. Does God is God outside of time? It's a very easy question to answer. He's
No,
either
it's not, 'cause
outside
you're
or
saying-
within time.
Out of our time?
There is
You
only
need to
one
be. You're
time.
saying
Time
is
a
God
is,
in time or is God outside of time? God created time.
is God
God
outside of
set
the
the
space-time
timer.
continuum?
What?
Is God outside of the space-time continuum?
Space time? What do you mean?
Do you not know what space-time is?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. So that's it's the fundamental like fabric of the universe. It is three spatial dimensions and one time dimension. It is very clear that Albert Einstein. This is part of the general of special theory, or this is general relativity that this comes from.
Mhm.
That time and space are actually intertwined with each other, and there's a number of ways that we can actually figure this out.
But just like someone wrote in the comment,
So-
humans created time. We came up with the concept time.
Yeah, we created the concept of time, but time itself
Okay.
has always existed.
Okay,
It's
so why
transcendental.
does something we created have to count on the creator?
So what matters is that if God is outside of time, because
No.
I assume that
I never
you-
said God is outside of time. I'm
so
saying
did God create time?
God created the humans who created the concept of time.
Did God create time?
Time? What time? When the sun has to go down?
No, just time in general. The like the actual.
The time in general, it's a lot of things, because you're even talking about science. There's a lot of different concepts within time in science. Even you just
We're talking
said
about the flow of time.
Yes.
the flow of time. Let's just say from like 1,000 years ago to now, God created everything that happened. God planned for everything, if that's what you want to know. I believe that God planned for the earth. God planned for the human life. God planned for our destination. I believe that. If that answers your question
What
about
was
time.
God doing before he created everything then? Because was he
That's
just...
a dumb question, because you can't even go on to imagine what God looks like or what God is. So you can't come up here and say, what was God doing before?
So
What were you
you're
doing before you
telling
were
me
born?
that though you believe that there's always a cause to an effect, you do not believe there is a cause to the apparently concept of God, since there's no basic
There is a
image of God, there is no basic identity of God.
No,
You
I
just
don't believe
believe
that
God is a
I don't
concept,
believe you can
and that
imagine what
concept
God
didn't
looks
have
like.
a cause before that concept. You just believe that that's just fact, foundation. That's just a construct there that made everything before that had nothing before, and that just created everything despite being nothing and everything all at the same time. That doesn't
I never
make
said
sense.
God was nothing. God is not nothing. But we cannot comprehend what God is. And someone wrote something in the comments, I'm not a Christian, so I don't believe that Jesus is God. I don't believe that God could be a human. Okay?
So
the
then
Almighty God is not a human being.
What
Like
do you
us.
believe if you don't believe God is Jesus or Jesus is God or whatever the Bible says? You just
I'm a
believe in a
Muslim.
concept?
I'm a Muslim. I believe there's only one creator. He's the creator of the heavens and the earth. He is, and when I say he, I'm not saying he as a man or he. I'm just saying he as a term of respect. Okay, like when we greet the queen, we say the or the we. Okay, so it's not because
So
there's
your
a gender.
concept has pronouns too? I'm confused.
No. It's not pronouns. It's a language thing.
Okay,
It's
so
just a human language
your
thing.
concept, even though
I will just say God. I won't even say
no.
God.
No. Be quiet.
What?
You've talked for 35 minutes currently. You are going to be quiet when I speak because I came up and I need to leave soon. So
Cook, Nova, cook.
you believe in a concept. That concept that you call God created everything despite being nothing. So you believe that
God
the
is not
effect
nothing.
of everything has no
you're lying.
has
God
no
is not
cause to
nothing.
begin with.
But I just said to you, God is not nothing.
Then what is God? Because
I cannot
he's
tell you
not
what
a
God.
person.
I can.
He's not a concept. He's not a
if
construct.
You want me?
He's not atoms because apparently he
Go
exists outside
to
of time from
chapter
you.
110 of the Quran. There you can find the description of God. Not what God looks like, but how we perceive God. If you want to know, chapter 110 in the Quran.
So what is that then? Because I'm not gonna go look at your book. You're gonna bring me the sources because you're stating.
Well,
the
I don't
argument.
have an extra book for you, and I only have the Arabic original. I don't have the English translation, so I don't want you. I can sit here and translate it for you in Arab and show you what it says in Arab, but you won't believe me because you don't understand Arab.
Okay, so you're trying to explain something that you can't explain because it's in Arab, but you can translate it. And when you translate it, we still won't understand because it's Arab, so it exists only in a language basis.
The language Arab is spoken by many people, and people understand the Quran. It's in Arab. It's the Quran is written in a language that the humans can understand even to this day. Okay.
Then why can't you just explain it to me? If humans can understand it, then why can't you explain the basics to me if you know your Quran?
I know my Quran. I
Sorry,
can read it right now. Do you want me to read it? For
What
an
chapter
Arab.
were you talking
No, I don't want you to read it. I want you to explain
Okay, 110.
what you believe, because this is a panel explaining what you believe in, and you're trying
That's what
to
I'm doing. I
say
believe in
that
the
trans
Quran. What it
people
says.
don't like exist
I
in your moral function, but your moral function doesn't stand the test of just being questioned. You can't believe something that can't be questioned, because that
you
is
can
just
question
plain
you can
blind faith
question
in
the
something
Quran.
that is a concept
You can
that
question the
apparently was
Quran. You can
created long,
say
long ago before God
no,
or
no,
before
no.
whatever,
You can ask
because
me
your God is a
questions.
concept, obviously,
Let me
since you
ask you then.
can't
Have you
explain him
ever
as a
read?
person or a being.
Have you? Okay, let me ask you then, simple clown, because you're saying I can't justify or I can't. You can question. You can question the Quran. You can ask me question about my religion and what I believe in and why I believe in it.
Then why
And
can't
it,
you answer my basic question on
what's
what
your
God
basic
is
question
to
then?
you? What is your God? Because if he's not a person, if he's not a construct, if he's not a cause,
The God.
what is he? Because he just
I will
became
give you
apparently
3
to you.
words. I'll give you 3 words. Okay. And this is how our God, before every chapter, describes himself to us. Okay? So, what?
All right, explain.
Okay.
The 3 words.
The God, I will simplify it for you, okay? The God is the Almighty, the Creator, and the most merciful. These are the words God uses to describe himself.
Okay, so
God describes God's self.
he described himself. So he
Not
is a
he as in
being
he in the
or
English.
a
God.
construct? Is the he you're talking about just a merciful being,
God. It's not
deity,
he.
or is he just a construct? Because apparently we use pronouns for him, and he can explain himself, and he also wrote about himself in your book.
No,
So
the
that would
Quran is
mean
not.
that he would have had to been a being or a person to do so,
No.
because you
Okay,
are
so
saying that he existed
no.
outside of time to
Yes,
create
and I will
everything,
explain.
yet he could still create himself into the world to write his name down or something?
Yes, I will
Because
explain.
that wouldn't
I will
make
explain
sense
it.
if he were to exist outside of
I
time.
will
He
explain
would
it.
have
I will
been
explain it.
existing forever,
I will
and yet
explain it.
he just stayed outside of
Yes, and I
everything
can explain to you
and didn't do
how
anything until he created
I
existence.
will. Yes, I will. Please, sister, I will explain to you how I know these words. Okay, and these are not coming from an idea I just created too. The reason I know these words is because how the Quran came about was Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, our prophet we believe in, okay, 1,400 years ago, okay, in Saudi Arabia, that's called Saudi Arabia now, okay, was in I don't even know, a mountain or cave or something like that you would call in the English language, where he was met by the angel Gabriel. And if you don't believe in angels, this would be a hard concept for you to construct. But we believe that God sent the archangel Gabriel to Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, multiple times across 23 years and gave him the chapters of the Quran. The Quran is not a book by per se. The Quran is an oral tradition. People have memorized it. I have memorized multiple chapters myself. So if nowadays I hear Christians say they want to burn the Quran, even if you were to burn every Quran today, it will be back tomorrow because people have memorized it by heart, every word, every syllable. So it's not a traditional, it's not a book. It's an
Okay,
oral tradition.
so you're telling me that a man in a cave came upon an angel, apparently, that was sent down by your concept God to tell him these words, and then that man held on to those words until writing was invented. So he spoke it down from generations to
So
generations
no,
to
I will tell
generations
you. I will explain now. I
until
will
writing was invented to where your book could have
No.
been written,
So
and then it was given through word of
no,
mouth
no.
for
So the
years.
Quran across the 23 years where he got the chapters from the angel Gabriel, okay? He told his companions, and his wife every chapter. They would teach this to the people they have memorized it. They would write the chapters down because he couldn't read or write. So people who could read and write the Arabic language, because that was what they spoke at the time, and we still speak today, they would write it down and then read it out loud for him to tell him if what they wrote down was correct. He handpicked these individuals. They memorized it and wrote it down, and they recited it, what they wrote down, back to him to confirm that it was correct, and it was correct. Until this day, the only religious book that is still in the original language of the people from that time is the Quran. The Bible is not even in the original gospel language. So this is hard to
Hold on.
and I would say
Hold on.
to you, if you
just
sit
said a
there
lot.
and say to me
please.
that you don't believe
You just said
me,
a lot, please. So
Yeah.
you're saying that when he came down from the cave, multiple people, because you didn't specify who wrote it specifically, you said multiple people, came
people.
down, wrote what he said, repeated it to him, and then that was written again and again and again
No.
into your book, and those words were never tampered with by anyone else. No
Yes.
other people came and even touched it. You're
No,
telling me and it managed to survive to this day like that, even though we don't even know if this man actually spoke to an angel or if that angel was sent by your concept, because you still can't explain what your God is to me. And I wouldn't debate someone's religion, because it's harmful to someone emotionally, but I'm only debating this because you specifically said
It's
that
not
you would not
harmful.
support your child or your being that you created with another person, 25% of you, or 25, the other mixing is whatever.
What?
But that being you created, you would not support.
What do you mean 25%?
You would not, you would not support and accept for being themselves, because
No, that's not what I
your
said.
concept told you shouldn't. The
No.
concept that you
My
that
concept
somebody
didn't say that.
created. No. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. I've been listening to you.
Not my religion, but
You're
what I
saying
believe in.
that concept that you created, or not you, that somebody created way far back, that concept that you can't explain,
The
that
LGBT
you
is not
can't
mentioned in the
even
Quran like this.
give me a firm definition on what it is. You're saying that is above your child's life, well-being, and happiness.
You do
You
understand
are
that there
saying
are
that to me
Muslims who are
currently.
gay? You do understand this?
I do,
It's
because
not,
you want to know
it's
why
not,
my parents.
It's not a
No.
sin. It's not a
No.
sin to be this,
Nope.
but
Be
it's a
quiet.
sin
Be
to
quiet.
act
Be quiet.
upon
Be quiet.
it.
Quiet. My parents sent me off to a freaking camp when I said I had
I'm sorry
uterus
to hear that.
problems, because they assumed I was trans, and that happened to have caused me so much medical neglect to
I'm
where
sorry to
I
hear
had
that.
to get a full hysterectomy. I currently don't have a uterus because somebody's concept, somebody's word of mouth that was passed down for generations told them I shouldn't be what I am, which is a female. I wasn't even trans. They just wouldn't talk to me because their religion told them that I was the devil.
What religion was this? Christianity?
Catholic.
Catholic.
Which
I'm
isn't
sorry
much
to
better.
hear this. This is not. I'm sorry to, but this is not what my religion preaches. We should not
Your
harm
religion
people.
apparently preaches that you shouldn't love your child as themselves.
This is my
all
belief.
because of a
This has
concept
nothing
you
to do
cannot
with my
explain to
religion.
me.
This is what I think.
So hold
This is
on.
not separated. I'm not Islam. I'm just a Muslim. I'm not the religion. The religion and the people are two different things. Okay.
Then what is causing you to not love your child?
I just not love my child. I just don't want this type of reality for my child. I want them to have a happy family.
Nobody
One man and
wants
one woman.
to be
I'm not
trans.
saying that they won't have a happy family if they don't do so, but this is my definition of a happy family.
So
Okay,
wait, just
so
because
your
you don't
definition of a happy
understand-
family is repressive.
Yeah, just because
To
you don't
some,
understand
yes.
other people's idea of a happy family means that you
But
gotta make them suffer.
no, I'm not gonna make anyone suffer.
All right, Stotsky, I gotta drop down. I've
Thank you
gotta.
so
But
much,
I'm just
Nova.
saying
If
one
you need to
thing. If
talk
you
later,
haven't read the
just talk with
Quran, you
me.
cannot sit here and claim anything
Yeah.
about it or say anything
Honestly,
did
at
because
this point, I feel like we've made
if
a
you
fool of
haven't
enough
read, I would say
of
read
her,
it. If you don't believe in what I'm saying,
and
if you don't
people who
believe it,
believe
read it.
things like her.
I just hate her.
That yeah, I don't think the conversation's gonna provide any more benefit at this point.
Holy fuck.
Oh, I had some very distasteful words for that motherfucker.
That
They
was
might still be in
wild.
chat.
I mean,
Yeah, they're
if
still in
you
chat.
want to get it out at them, then invite them back up
No, I was
or
about
talk
to
to
say
them
that
back
they
in
were a
chat.
fucking dickhead. The fact that they had no human decency to keep cutting people off consistently, to overtalk them in every single way, shape, and form, is just disrespectful. And the fact is, most Muslims typically preach about trying to respect one another and things like that, and saying that they're a peaceful religion, and yet doing things like that is not peaceful, but extremely disrespectful to those who you were just trying to undermine the opinion of, when everyone should be entitled to a fair opinion, so she can get fucked.
Period. Well put.
See, he listens to the media.
I literally said that Muslims tend to say that they're peaceful, which is not factually incorrect. Every Muslim I've had contact with says that it tends to be a peaceful religion.
I mean, I think a lot of Muslims
religions
are.
claim to be peaceful.
I don't know. It's hard to say. I think with religion you should just treat it individually, person by person. I think that's the best way.
That's
Yeah.
exactly how I do it, but
I mean, yeah,
Same.
it's a
if we
peaceful
weren't on
religion. Read the
TikTok, there would be a
Quran.
lot more.
Yeah, it gets kind of it gets some flack for some of what happens from a small group of people. I don't think that
True, but I think most groups of people or ethnic minorities tend to have that, and that's why I like to go based off of an individual, not based off of any characteristics or traits. However, still, even then, if you go to claim one thing and then do another thing, which is very hypocritical, or you go to claim to preach one thing and then go completely against it, I will hold you completely accountable.
Yeah. Also, she went after my own religion while saying that we should respect her. She went after mine.
This is so true.
Honestly, so many points in that conversation, the irony was just screaming.
Man, we had some top tier guests today. Just the best, the top tier, very best, rhetorical titans. God sending his strongest warriors.
Apparently. But, you want us to respect your religion, yet you don't respect mine, motherfucker? No. Excuse my language, but if you're not respecting mine, I don't have to respect yours. Respect is earned.
Exactly.
Well, I won't respect you. Not that I won't respect your religion. Other people who follow it, I'm not going to be mean to. But specifically, you who disrespected me, I don't have to get respect to you based on that.
Oh yeah, no. If we weren't on TikTok, there would be a lot more distasteful things that I would say specifically about her. Because the way she enacted herself, from the small portion I'd seen, is just...
Did you see the previous guest too, Snake?
Doctor, you're still here, and I'm glad you can hear me.
I don't know who the previous guest
They were
is,
Catholic.
sorry.
They were Catholic. They dropped the R word, and a bunch of other shit.
No, of course, typical. As I said, I only saw the small bit there when I popped up, but
Yeah, I think I need to take a break from streaming after that one too. Holy fuck.
Go there.
Like
Honestly.
there's times where I just had to yell at her saying, "What the fuck are you doing to your kids? Like, this is just fucked up." Go eat some chips.
She lacked human decency. I'm putting it as it is. Lacked
Yeah.
all decency for others' opinions and varying
I don't think
perspectives
that
and
they're
viewpoints.
intentionally a bad person. They just have terrible ideas that cause harm. I think
They don't
that-
realize it.
That was
Well,
just
they did. I guess.
I
That
mean,
was
to
just
some extent, they
disingenuous
kinda
and
do,
brainwashed.
but, yeah.
That was disingenuous and brainwashed into a sense of you can't have a differing opinion because you should just read what I read and then you'll understand. And I'm sorry that I've come here and done a bit of a rant, but
No, it's like
she was
that's
being a
always
fucking prick and I'm
welcome.
putting it as it is.
Period.
Does anybody have any plans for the week? Anything fun?
I'm gonna go see my friend that was sick yesterday on Friday. Other than that, no. Anyone else?
I don't have any plans other than playing video games.
See, that's always fun too.
Where is language? Select file. Where are you at? He's disabled.
Oh, so cute.
He's disabled. Okay.
Is it a little one?
It's, I don't know. They look a little.
So I'm gonna go now. My only objective was really to have a go at that motherfucker if they were still here. Just because of shit that's happened.
Yeah, it's all good. Okay, bye-bye, Fran. And I think I'm gonna end stream too. Have a happy Sable Sunday, or Moostelid Monday, or Mink Monday. Whatever time it is. Yeah, I love Pine Martins too, but unfortunately they're not very friend-shaped, or they're friend-shaped but not friend often. Thanks for coming up, Nova, Cole, Savage, Pomegranate, Salt Snake. If I missed anybody else, thanks. Bye-bye!
Bye.
Bye.